Ladies and gentlemen, as is my norm, I'm warning those of you on the VOD. First of all, thank you for still watching these VODs. I don't know what the heck you're doing watching me. Second of all, nothing interesting happening today. Let's go finish unlocking some stuff. So I do happen to have this thing that I can't actually do yet. So we're going to do this one, I think. Yeah, this one first. The good news is we're getting towards the end of what I can only refer to as the padding phase of Breath of the Wild. I know that's weird to call primary optional content, meat content, padding, but here we are. We have 26 shrines left to do, which we won't get done today, but we'll get a pretty big chunk out of that, I think. Well, I just said that, Trihexia, but in case you didn't hear me and or don't care about me, both of which are very possible. There's 26. I don't mind the look of the barbarian suit. I don't know, I'm weird. I don't like the helmet. I could do without the helmet. Oh, I know I can bulk grab that. Okay, so we have 26 shrines left. Asterisk. So here's the deal. Let me go ahead and lay out our roadmap for you. Right now, what we're going through is most of the remaining vanilla content, and there's actually not all that much left. And then we have to do the DLC stuff. I think we will be doing the DLC stuff after the dungeons, but we can't do the DLC stuff after the end of the game. I'm not 100% sure yet when we're doing the DLC stuff. What I would prefer to do is to do the dungeons dead last. And just, work up to that. So, sweep the shrines, which is today's goal. And then we're going to go ahead and sweep as much DLC content as we can. And then we'll see. Apparently we have to do the dungeons first. That actually kind of sucks. I get why they do that, but that still kind of sucks. Oh well. We will make do. In all honesty, I think we'll be staring at the end game by tomorrow. I may have just soft-locked myself. Mining? No, not at all here. Mining sucks in this game. What are you talking about? Now, gathering in general, I'll give you an argument for that. Maybe I'm just biased because, mining takes up durability. Yeah, so anyways, I think I just soft-locked us. So, hang on, let's just move on to the next shrine really quick. Thank God you can reset shrines. Sure. How are we doing on weapon space? Not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, yeah. I should do that, too. I'll do that after. Don't let me forget. Do thing after this. I actually have been ready to do this for some time, because I did do some off-camera stuff. Obvs. I wanted to save this for on-camera. You know, I heard several people argue in favor of the durability system last night. And I mean, absolutely no offense, but it was one of the most alien conversations I've ever heard. Imagine all 19 negatives I've given being turned into positives. And that was the gist of the conversation. Imagine giving 19 positives to the durability system. And I'm sorry, I in no way want to sound insulting towards that, but that is just so alien to me. And thank you for reminding me, Derek Roy. Basically, everything that I said about negatives, portray that as a positive. And that's the gist of the topic. Or if I can use my own phrase, and I need to come up with a phrase for this one of these days, a shorthand lorium for this someday. So, let's say for a moment that what the hell was that? Let's say for a moment, you've got a hot cup of coffee, a nice cold can of Coke, and a hot green tea in front of you. Which drink is best? The point of this particular analogy is that even if we all agree on the relative objective quality of each of these three drinks, what we value changes how we rate them. If you prefer hot drinks, then both the tea and the coffee are going to rate better. If you prefer caffeine, the coffee and the Coke. Or if you prefer no caffeine, the tea is the only option. If you prefer something that has more sugar, then the Coke is the only option for you. If you prefer something bitter, the other two will both be better. You get the idea. You get the idea. That's why I said green tea, Darkrai. Thank you for reminding me. I actually had forgotten. God. This one. So you get the point. What you value changes how you look at it. So, essentially, every one of those 19 negatives I gave was, for this other person, a positive. And I'll admit, I don't understand that. I'm not going to try and lie or be like, oh, yeah, no, I totally get it, because I'm not a good liar. But it is interesting to think about. And yeah, like, as you're saying right now, I hear that kind of defense, frankly, all the time. What do we got on fairies right now? Ah, we got plenty. One second. One second. Actually, I really want to show one specific person this, and they're not actually live right now. I might wait a little bit. Yeah, that's always weirded me out a little bit. Granted, I've actually taken care of children in my life. And, I'm sorry, that's not a bragging thing. It's just, if there's one thing I've noticed in myself, it's that my own perspective on a lot of things regarding children have changed since I started taking care of children. So, yeah, no, I absolutely think that children deserve better writing, among other things. Better quality stuff in general. Like, the amount of times I hear, it's for kids, as an excuse for, it's bad. It's a little weird. And I want to stress, I don't mean like, oh, you just don't like it because it's aimed at kids. No, 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 no. What I mean by that is, the other person will acknowledge that it's bad and say it's okay that it's bad because it's for kids. And it's like, no, it's not even close to how that works. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Oh, you son of a... Did you see that? The barrel interrupted with my ability to pull out my glider. Yeah, I've heard the Star Wars is for kids argument many times. In fact, specifically at one point in time, I was covering Return of the Jedi, and I was complaining about how much more for kids the movie was in a bad way. Let me be clear about this. It was actually, it's not, again, the kids part isn't the important part. The fact is it was dumber. Return of the Jedi is dumber than the two previous films in several respects. And it was specifically because it was more aimed at kids, and that's not, like, presumption. It's something that is a known fact at this point. So, what is my nose doing? God. So I was complaining about that, and the argument was exactly what you just said. Well, it's for kids. Why does it matter if it's stupid? And to be very clear about this, I don't mean like dumb, stupid humor, which kids tend to find more amusing than adults. That's fine. Frankly, plenty of adults find dumb, stupid humor amusing. Including me, I might add. No, I mean stupid. Badly written, badly constructed. Lack of sequencing, lack of continuity, lack of logic. Stuff just happening without any real rhyme or reason to it, because we need to get to the next set piece. Stuff like that. Anyway, so, has Paper Mario gone downhill since Sticker? If I was to review each Paper Mario game, which I do actually hope to do someday, you would see an interesting curve of quality. Yeah, exactly, Blue Fusion Bolt. Because Paper Mario 1 is a good game, and I think will score quite well. Paper Mario 2 is an excellent game, and might actually be, you know, top 20-ish territory as far as our reviews. And then there's Super Paper Mario, which takes a massive nosedive in quality, but is still probably net positive overall. And then there's Sticker Star, which is actual garbage. Then we move on to Color Splash. Now, Color Splash is weird, because it retained a lot of the problems of Sticker Star, but fixed most of the other issues. And the story axis got a lot better. Like, they did a lot well on the story axis of Color Splash. Then there's Origami King, which I haven't played. And so it's just kind of doing this. I've been told by several people Origami King is a return to grace, but is still not as good as 1 or 2, which, if you count it, there's also a Mario and Luigi Paper Mario crossover game. Most people agree that one kind of sucks. I have not played it. I own it. Yes, 2 is Thousand Year Door. Hello, Dragon Player. Or should I say Dragon Runner? Dragon Shrine? Shrine Dragon. Shrine Dragon. I think that sounds the best. Alright, so we're making like a musical rhythmy game. Ganondorf naturally would have a big-ass axe, right? Just shredding on the guitar. Come on. Another major. There's a lot of majors. Although I guess this is only 1 of 2. Where are we at on weapons? Let's chew through some of our worst weapons here. Look, I love a bass guitar more than most people, especially since bass guitar doesn't get a lot of love, which is why Zelda would have the bass guitar. I mean, I'd say Link should be on the ocarina, but I don't know. I am, of course, thinking of modern instruments. I should mention that. So well, we've only got 3, Frieza. Although, that's actually a good point. Guitar, bass, and drummer is all you really need for that band. So let's put Link on drums. Now, if we're going with like an old-timey kind of a thing, come on, Link. It's 2 more weapons, and we'll upgrade there. See, as weird as it sounds, I just can't see Zelda actually being main, for lack of a better way to put that. She just strikes me too much as a support. Main's the wrong word. Anything other than support. She's a supporting role. Like, even if she's being a total badass, because remember, healers are important, and supports are important. All 3 are vocals. Obviously. Like, I feel like she would be the one back there making sure that the DPS isn't dying. Yeah, I've been wondering what the shield value is. I did a little digging on how the weapon value and the armor value works. It would be nice if, you know, you could see the durability in the game because it is a number in the game. You know, that'd be nice. Anyways. Yeah, we already gave that negative. And it's deserved. There are several mechanics and features in the game that the game never even tells you about. I am not joking when I say that until this playthrough and looking stuff up and you guys telling me stuff, there are features of this game I didn't know existed. Or at the very least, I didn't know how they operated. Oh, there's more junk. It depends, as it always does. In this case, I've only given the 1 negative for it because I only think 1 more negative is warranted. Most of the stuff is more esoteric kind of stuff. It would be nice to know, and it does increase my enjoyment knowing how the game operates. But it's not the end of the world, and you can, as I've demonstrated, go through pretty much the entire game and beat it without knowing any of that stuff. Now, if it's a very central mechanic, I'm trying to think of an example here. I'm going to have to make up an example. Imagine for a moment if... I can't come up with anything. See, the problem is I'm trying to invent an example and I'm having trouble. Because it's really rare that you see this kind of thing. I guess I could just look at my own document. See if we've given this negative yet. Rather than inventing an example. Nope, wrong document. Eh. Diablo 2, Elden Ring, and XCOM 2. You know, actually, fair act. Sticker Star would be a perfect example of a game that would get many info and game negatives. Well, we'll find out in a second here. Act. Well, I didn't write down specifics, but what I wrote down is there's a large amount of information that is either badly showcased or completely absent in XCOM 2, which is true. And I mentioned that mods can smooth that over, which is important because I remember this. The first time we played through XCOM 2, we had mods that showed a lot of that info. Like, just to use one random example off the top of my head, if you're going to if you're going to be spotted while you're in stealth, in the default game, there's a really tiny indicator of that. But you can mod it in so that there's a nice, better visible indicator that, hey, you're about to break visibility. There are also several mechanics not even visible without the addition of mods, which sounds like the durability thing in this game. So, XCOM 2. I don't remember what we did in Elden Ring. The way stats work in FF2, actually, yeah, it's a good example. Well, to use a specific example of the stats thing, a lot of people assume that if you just constantly take damage, your HP will go up. That's not true. That's... Although, worst of all, it does actually depend on the specifics of which version of the game you're playing. Because of course it does. But in several of the games, the only way your HP goes up is if at the end of combat your HP is lower than it was at the start of combat. That gives you a chance to gain HP experience. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Damn. Well, that sucked. I literally twitched. That's just... Oh, that sucks. Alright, yeah. Reset, reset. Exactly, very correct. But of course, nothing tells you that. Even if you know that use it and level it exists, which a lot of people do when it comes to FF2, and I think they tell you that in the game, at least in the more modern version of the game, then what they do not tell you is the specifics of how you use it, level it. So what a lot of people do, myself included, is just beat the crap out of myself while healing myself. And the worst thing is there's kind of a bad feedback loop to feedback. God damn it. Hang on. Feedback can also be an aspect of info in game. I think you're right, Blades. Because, to use the exact example we just said, your HP will go up if you spend 10 minutes beating the crap out of yourself at the end of battle. But it won't go up by much because it only got one level, right? Like you only experienced it once because your HP ended in a higher value than it started, or a lower value than it started. So, as a consequence, you, the player, now think, oh, HP leveling is just really slow, so I better do that again and again and again. When in fact you were being given the wrong feedback and thus pulling the wrong conclusion with the information the game is giving you. I don't actually talk about feedback that often in game design because most games get feedback right. That's a very critical part of game design. It's only more recently we've started seeing games Starfield really mess up. Look, I love beating up Starfield. Okay, it's my catharsis factor. The end of a long, hard day of doing shrines and playing Breath of the Wild for the 50,000th time. It's nice to be able to sit back and just beat the snot out of something, you know? To just pile drive something into the ground. Don't have to have the kid gloves. Don't have to hold back. Anyways. It's a baseball bag game. Or a punching bag game, if you prefer. Hi, Loner. Was my hand hurt after playing Sticker Star? No. But, I never beat Sticker Star. I got to a certain point. I've even told you the exact point. And I walked away from it. And I just realized every single time I do one of these, I should be getting arrows. I'm going to start doing that. Just need to get into that habit. And hi, unknowable name. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. I mean, if any game belongs in the awful block, it is Sticker Star. My God. That's not what I wanted to happen, but okay. Oh, come on. Ah. That might be close enough. Yeah, that's what I figured. I don't think most of these are samey. They're just, I don't know. You know how a Zelda dungeon consists of multiple puzzles and multiple puzzle loops? Each one of these is usually one puzzle or one puzzle loop. So, you know, it's kind of like asking, you know, what's your favorite room in the Forest Temple? It's like, well, it's a little harder to pick out than just saying the Forest Temple. You know what I mean? There are a couple of rooms that are way cooler than the others. And then there's a couple that are way simpler than the others, which are clearly designed as tutorials. And then there's some which are irritating. We tend to remember the irritating ones, don't we? Like that fire arrow one. Or rather, the fire one I just cheesed with fire arrows. Because screw that noise. Yeah, Portal 1 and 2 understand the concept of escalation. And weird enough, it's not like this game doesn't. But this game's non-linear. And if there's one thing you get when you make your game non-linear, it's that you get rid of any possibility of curves. Power progression curve, difficulty curve, and of course, escalation curves. Okay, so I think we're actually done with shrines for the moment. Because that one requires doing the dungeon, that requires doing the dungeon. Those require going to the Zora, and those require figuring out the Goron thing. And this is a combat shrine, which I'm going to hold off on until we need weapons. Hello, Dr. Winter. Yeah, that's the major combat shrine I'm just sitting on. Our inventory's full. I don't know what you want from me, Frieza. So... Well, one idea I heard is very similar to that, Rex, or maybe it's the same idea, and I'm just very stupid, so ignore me. Um, Imagine if each of... It's in Hyrule Castle. Of course it is. Imagine if each shrine you do um, is either completely static or dynamically static in terms of how it progresses. So the first shrine you do is always puzzle A. And then if you go all the way across the world to this other shrine, that shrine is puzzle B. Or if you do this shrine instead, that one's puzzle B. You get it, right? The order in which you unlock the shrines does not in any way change the order in which you actually... the order of the shrines themselves. Okay, hang on. This one. Down here. Okay. Let's go here. Now, the reason I say you can do that dynamically is because I have to blow my nose. So what you could do is make it so that there are... because there is a clear escalation. There are clearly 3 tiers of difficulties to shrines. That's true with combat, most overtly, minor, moderate, major, but it's also true with regards to the puzzle shrines. There are clearly easier puzzle shrines than other ones, right? And we can tell, based on just analysis, that they designed the shrines with tiers in mind. So, as you're progressing through the world and unlocking shrines, you cannot do Tier 2 shrines until you've finished all the Tier 1 shrines. So, the order in which the shrines happen is random, but you're stuck within Tier 1 until you've done all of Tier 1. Then you start to see Tier 2 shrines. Make sense? Basically, you put a lasso around the RNG. There's actually a word for that that isn't lasso that I can't think of, but as we already mentioned, I have a headache today, and we're doing the best I can. And the answer to your question, Chill Pangolin, is probably not. But you never know. We are currently side questing. Because we're actually as done with shrines as we're getting at the moment. We're not done with shrines completely. But at the moment we are. Yeah, these guys have been spawning a lot lately. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. You're on fire. Go away. The moment you were on fire, you probably should have thought, is this worth my time and effort to fight this guy? You're about to be on fire again. Are you sure this is what you want? Are you sure? Okay, good. Get out of my face. I do personally think the number of shrines needed to be about halved. I do. The specifics of how we chop down shrines, that's a little trickier. I think some of the shrines could be combined. And I think we could just have less combat shrines, honestly. But either way, I do think that that is something that's doable and would probably add to the overall enjoyment of the game. Because 120 shrines is a bit much. I enjoy the shrines. They've been one of the most consistent gameplay positives I've given this game. Don't mistake me, I love me some Zelda dungeons. Really. Would I make this world smaller? Yes and no. Oh, there it is. I had the 6 priceless relics I stole from Hyrule Castle and treasure chests. I am super not reading these. But it's good to know that the information's in the game. To the walkthrough. Yeah, that video has been a source of quite a bit of derision, and frankly, for good reason. Extra history, or extra credits, excuse me, usually has pretty good takes, and usually has a good finger on the pulse of things, but I'm not sure where they were going with that one, to be honest with you. I actually do have a theory, but... I'm going to admit I don't know the difference. Well, you say they were paid off, and that is the easy answer, admittedly. But they usually are a lot more overt when they're paid off, if that makes any sense. I would say it's more likely that they had a chat with some people in the industry, and that chat went a certain direction because a lot of people in the gaming industry wish they were more financially stable because they super aren't. And those people, probably in ignorance, blamed the price cap as the specific reason for that. Because I've heard that argument before, put simply. I mean, don't mistake me. There's a saying I am fond of saying, which is, I remember when gaming was always expensive. The point of that saying, and me attempting and failing to be clever, excuse me, is that video games have always been a relatively expensive habit, at least on a per unit cost. Now, in terms of money per time, video games are actually a great investment. You know, Skyrim costs $60, right? How many days or weeks or months can you get out of Skyrim? I know, bad example, but you get my point. Hell, do you know how much playtime I got out of Mega Man 5? I used to replay the crap out of that all the time. I still do every now and again. What? Yeah, exactly, Rex. It's more complicated than just $60, to be blunt. And that's sort of my overall point. I mean, I've heard a lot of arguments that the shorter the game is, the less expensive it would be. It should be. That is not an argument I agree with, because length of game has nothing to do with quality of game, but also completely ignores replayability. See Mega Man. Mega Man's like a 2-hour game. It's also almost assured, that attitude is almost assuredly one of the biggest reasons. I don't think it's actually broken, Baby Bear. You said it was broke last time, and it wasn't. I got some new fidgety toys for the kids. I was specifically looking up stuff to try and prevent the littlest one from constantly breaking stuff up and smearing it across the ground. So I got her some stuff that she could clack, and it'll make these satisfying noises as she's fiddling with it. I don't know if it'll work, but, you know, whatever. Ah, good morning, Evo. I've been holding off on something just for you. Now, see, quality determining price of a game, that's tricky. That's a much trickier thing. I actually agree with you in, like, an ideal world. What am I even saying? Imperial world. But it's harder to quantify that in, you know, Earth. It's okay. I held off, Evo. Oh, well, now you gotta give me a second. Because, you know, I'm in the middle of something. If only Eva was here. If only! Alas. Alas. Alack. There is no Eva. We have lost her. There it is. I know that this is a well-trod ground, and I don't want to go over this again. But one of the biggest reasons it irritates me... Quest complete. One of the biggest reasons it irritates me when a game has padding. And I don't mean any padding. A lot of games have any padding. I mean padding. Is because it's so obvious they wanted the game to be longer so that its perceived value would go up so they could justify charging more for it and nothing else, right? And again, that's not new. That goes back to the 80s. That's a very, very long-standing trend in gaming, which is one of the reasons I have so little tolerance for it at this point in my life. It's because I've been dealing with that for 40 goddamn years. Yeah, FF7R1 is a great example of that. That's a pretty damn good game. They ripped the padding out of it, right? That's hilarious, Frieza. And makes perfect sense. Alright, you ready, Evo? You ready? This is for you. This is for you. I do this out of love! Let's max out our barbarian armor. And we're dead. It's okay. In case you missed that, don't worry. We get to do it a second time! I don't even want to know what she did to him down there. It's okay, she can hear it. That's all that matters. Is that she can hear it. Where? There it is. Hot-footed frog. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I don't have those. Okay, thank you for participating in this nightmare experiment, Evo. I appreciate you. But, perhaps more importantly, we now have fully upgraded barbarian gear. We have 60 freaking armor. What's 60 divided by 4? 15? I want to say? Yeah. I kept second guessing that because I'm like, that doesn't sound right. So yeah. That means we are reducing damage by 15 hearts. So if you're hitting us for less than 15, we're not even going to notice it. So that's awesome. Alright, so, wrong button. Alright, let's get the Xenoblade quest. We cannot no-sell damage. The game, most attacks are programmed to do at least 1/4 damage. That is to say, 1 damage. However, I have noticed anecdotally that sometimes we will straight up take no damage at all. So, Bridge of Hylia. And yes, Act. This is our endgame armor. It doesn't get any better than this. Bridge of Hylia. Bridge of Hylia. Hey, Shibby Gamix. How's your day going? Ha! Bridge of Hylia. Okay. It does, just you have to zoom in a certain level, Act. I mentioned this earlier, and I do absolutely praise the game map in this game, because it's actually very well labeled, very well laid out, and very indicative. You can pretty much tell what you're looking at, because that's pretty precise. Like, I don't know, maybe I just have experience reading maps, but you can tell pretty much immediately where the hills are and how the patterning of the terrain works right there. And the fact that they actually have, like, the trees individually labeled, that's awesome. I am sorry, Evo. That's ridiculous, Plutonia. I don't know what else to add to that. What time is it? 5:30. Okay. Night is defined as what in this game? Does anyone remember off the top of their head? Because I know we can go to her house and make it 9. But surely it's nighttime before 9, right? Right. Oh yeah, and screw this rain. Just while we're on the subject. Yeah, thanks, game. Thanks for that. Well, 6 is when the weather changed over, so it is 6 or 9, I would say, almost assuredly. Aw, that's pretty. I don't think I've seen a rainbow in this game before. Sorry. Sorry, this game sucks! Whee. I'm suddenly thinking of the Reading Rainbow theme song, and I can't imagine why. Anyways, let's actually do this. Yeah, that's not something I want to hear. Get away from me, dragon. This is bad touch. Bad touch. I never want to see those stupid dragons again. Oh my god, Evo. What am I gonna do with you? Because it's prettier, Plutonia. Obviously. I'm not looking at Link. I'm actually looking south, just in case it spawns. It's already 8. Am I the only one? Every now and again, the music does that thing. It's the dragon. God, it's that dragon, too. Piss off! Nobody likes you. I said piss off! Alright, whoops, I did not want that. Okay, thank God. You know, that's actually a good question. If these are supposedly the goddesses, or named after the goddesses or something, you'd think they'd be like, oh, Link is cool. Instead of kill him. So, we're just gonna basically stay here until we see something, because I don't know what time it'll spawn at. Oh no, I'm sure the intent with the dragons is to make them Lovecraftian. There it is. 9 o'clock, you were right. See if we can get all these done in one night, shall we? Sorry, to clarify what I mean by Lovecraftian, I mean, you know, the giant killing the ants it doesn't even see, kind of a thing. How do horses work? Badly. So, most horses, you'd get on the horse, and you'd ride it, and it's cool, and everything's cool. You get a salvager headwear from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So, unless you have the teleporting horse thing, which I believe is DLC, this is not the last day of Crimson Horse. We have DLC, which we're pushing through. You have your horse, cool, you ride around. I believe you can go to a stable and get it to come to you. Don't quote me on that. The horse itself is pretty much a horse, just like in any of these games. It has stamina and stats and all kinds of other fun stuff, and those stats can vary based on which horse you decided to capture. You have to spend stamina and stealth in order to capture a horse. There are ways to bullcrap it, though. There it is. So you would have to actually go and get your horse wherever you left it. It's okay, Crazy Norse, I understand. I really do. No judgment. I was just saying thank you to the VOD watchers earlier for bothering. But yeah, so horses are not great, is what I'm trying to get at. There's a reason I never even engaged with the mechanic last time. And this time I only did it mostly to show it off. Although we do need to review it at some point. So I would say horses turbo suck. They're only really useful for crossing certain types of terrain. They can't be summoned in some types of terrain. And they just cannot deal with any kind of problems. Like this slight sloping hill here would flummox a horse. They're not great, is what I'm trying to get at. Did you piss off? I really don't care about you. You're not worth the durability. I agree that once you're actually in the riding, it's pretty neat. But more from like a story perspective, if that makes any sense. Like, you know how you can loot while moving and it's awesome? You can't loot while you're on a mount. You can kill stuff on a mount. Mounts do damage, but like, there's no point in killing something without looting it in this game, so that's kind of pointless. Where's Hebra? There's Hebra, over here. Yeah, there are some specific spots where it's nice to have a mount, but otherwise, if we're being honest, it's mostly there for flavor. I can, Venetia, but I can't get it until I've finished doing all of the shrines. Now, we are well on our way to doing that. But, yeah. Did the ice respawn? Oh my god, I think the ice respawned. Spoilers, I don't think the Guardian motorcycle is too much better. But we'll see when we get there. But yeah, I would say that mounts were not really well designed for this. If I can be blunt, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I think Elden Ring did the mount concept much, much better than Breath of the Wild. That freaking goat is so useful in everywhere in the game. You can do stuff while mounted, you can jump while mounted. It is a fully all-terrain goat. Maybe that's why they made it a goat. Gattles has a double jump. And yeah, Pokemon Arceus actually did mounts better as well. Go figure. Although that game did come out after this. I don't want to be too harsh on this game. It was definitely a very, very experimental game that a lot of the games took and then ran with. But, regardless of the reason why, here we are. A Zelda game where you don't play as Link. No. There are Zelda games where you play as someone in addition to Link, usually for side sections or for specific puzzles. But, no, you're always Link. And no, I'm not a big fan of that, as I've made very clear many times. I agree with that act. It is a weirdly polished beta, but I will continuously refer to this as a beta because it freaking is. Oh, that's easy to explain, Venetia Silver. He was lying. If there's one thing that's true about most of the old gods, especially N'Zoth, the weakest of the old gods, it's that they like to fluff up their own importance. Puff up their fragile little egos. Okay, so somewhere over here. There it is. Same reason all the old gods could talk to people while they were imprisoned. Yogg-Saron was able to influence and manipulate people for centuries before he was actually let loose. And Cthulhu, while we're on the matter. Okay, quest complete. Next. What else we got? Pull up a couple of these while we're here. How is the... I mean, let's not talk about how accurate the Chronicle is, but how is the Chronicle deceptive? If you don't mind my asking. Like, I feel like I'm just missing whatever your point is, because I have no brain. My brain flitted away. In playing Breath of the Wild. I don't acknowledge the CDI games at all, by the way. Anytime someone tries to make a joke by pointing out the CDI games are a Zelda game, I usually just completely ignore them. Just like I completely ignored Plutonia just now. They're not Zelda games. I don't care. I don't care. They're not Zelda games. Mario is Missing is not a Mario game. Ugh. If I took this Kleenex right here. Hang on a sec. I don't have a pen handy. Where are all my pens? I don't know where my pen... Yep, there it is. Okay, so. If I take this pen here, and I write Mario Kleenex. That does not make this a Mario game. Whatever label I affixed to something that has nothing to do with it does not magically make it a Mario game. I mean, they were like every prison in fiction, Venetia Silver. AKA, they wear down over time. Yes, the CDI ones. You can make an argument for several of the others, like Triforce Heroes, which, by the way, is not a part of the Zelda block, and never will be. But, yeah, no. You can at least make an argument there. But the CDI games? No. It is arguable they're not even games, to be quite blunt. They only very technically qualify under the precepts of interactive medium. Actually, I guarantee you with total certainty that if the Nintendo president wasn't a jackass who screwed over everyone and caused the Sony PlayStation to exist, that, yeah, Nintendo was going to have CDs early. 100%. Remember, they were already working on the Nintendo PlayStation, which used CDs for years before Jackass got in the way. I'm sorry, Evo. I have failed you. I have not conquered the world yet and fixed your internet, among other things. Okay. Right. Nope. I'm just not done yet. Pay attention, Laura. We have looked at Cadence of Hyrule. That is a game we've already covered. Good game, by the way. I like it. I recommend it. It's better than I thought it was. Have I played the CDI Zeldas? No. I mean, that's up to you, Act. President Jackass, who will always be remembered as President Jackass for being, that's going to sound weird, a jackass. Demonstrably one of the worst things to ever happen to Nintendo. Thank God he died. Anyways, okay, that's a little harsh, but still. Thank you, Vancini, for the sub. Always appreciate it. I will put that down for dealer's choice. Yeah, so President Jackass was responsible for a lot of really, really terrible decisions. Oh, he's not the only one responsible, I'm sure, but we can trace a lot of terrible decisions to President Jackass. I don't remember names, of course, but a while back I was actually looking into it, and there was President Jackass was very much a businessman first, and if you know the exact kind of person who shouldn't be in charge of Nintendo. And he had a lot of connections, including with several people at Philips. This was now obviously whether or not they were going to go with Sony, that's a little bit more debatable, but most people, myself included, agree that the big reason why they went with Philips of all people was because he knew a few people and they knew a few people, and you know, backroom dealings, connections. We'll go with Philips, and that was pretty much 100% the wrong call. We could say that now. No, not Iwata. Iwata is not President Jackass. Iwata was awesome. He shouldn't have even lucked into the position. He just did, and that was awesome. Is this him? Yeah, this is him. Hiroshi Yamauchi. Everything you need to know about how awful this person is, I can describe in one sentence. He was born in 1927. He was a dinosaur, even when Nintendo was actually getting its big boost in the 80s. And that explains everything you need to know about him, really. He knew nothing and constantly made the wrong calls. It's really funny how much nonsense you could point directly to his leadership. He also owned The Seattle Mariners. Yeah, yeah, Arasaka without actually being smart. Good way to put that. Anyways, I'm sorry. Getting way off topic here. Where is this? Uh, yeah, with age come wisdom. No. No. With age comes the potential for wisdom. Oh, no, I just forgot to fire it up. I've done that several times this whole run. I just forget to fire up the stars. My bad, I forgot to turn up the stars. That's on me. South is this way. Yeah, I like that. With age comes the potential, the opportunity for wisdom. It's kind of like, if I could be honest, it's kind of like another saying I'm rather fond of. That which does not kill me does not make me stronger. I make me stronger by refusing to let it kill me, right? In other words, the thing that does not kill me is not the prerequisite for being stronger. It's the fact that I took that opportunity and used it. Yeah, Taronda, the 10,000-year-old idiot. And Malfurion, the I belong in high school. You know, truthfully, I've never looked into Sony's earlier days, so I don't know. I know Sony has their hands in a lot of pots, or a lot of pies. The PlayStation 1 certainly was a big success, but the PlayStation 2, I think that's the moment Sony really actually made their footprint on the gaming space. And it's ironically because of nothing to do with gaming. The PS2 was just a really good DVD player. And cheap. Yeah, the PS1 was also very plug and play, although that wasn't exactly anything new at that era. Don't mistake me. I'm not trying to dismiss the PS1. I'm just saying the PS1 could have been a crash and burn or a one and done situation like so many other console manufacturers were. The PS2 is what solidified them. Kind of like how the NES and the SNES, to use another example. Yeah, it was backwards compatible, which was a huge move forwards. I don't know if this is true, but I've often wondered if Nintendo started leaning into backwards compatibility because of the PS2. Yes, no, I don't say NES and I don't see SNES because I never have. Even back as a kid, we called them the NES and the SNES. Sorry, I'm trying to find stuff without, like, you know, a map, which is about as frustrating as it sounds. There we go. Maybe. Sure, von Falkenstein, sure. I need von Falkenstein executed immediately. Okay, where's the stupid thing? To this day, I call it the PS1 because it's a lot simpler and easier to call it that. Well, admittedly, in English, PSX just doesn't flow off the tongue very well. So PS1, sure. Also, it's weird to go from PSX to PS2 to PS3 to PS4 to PS5. But that's just nomenclature in general, isn't it? So right about there. I have heard some people get confused, though, because there were actually two PlayStation ones. And one of them was called the PS1. The word one. And so I've heard some people get confused about which one I am referring to. To be clear, the answer is neither. I'm just referring to the entire first, PlayStation as the PS1. Now, the Xbox, they have no idea what they're doing when it comes to naming their consoles. I mean, sure, the Xbox, but then the 360? Which, of course, I just call the 360. Then they decided to come up with something called the Xbox One. So that's the Xbone, obviously. Then they decided to call something the SX, which is the Essex, because it sounds cooler. And it's better than calling it the Xbox Sex, which is the other one.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Seriously, they actually named their console the Series X. The SEX. Did nobody at any point in time point that out? Or worse, did they, and did they decide that was acceptable? Yes. You know, that's a valid point. Which is worse? I would say that what would be worse for me personally is if they did it on purpose. If someone was like, wait, this means we're going to call it the Sax, and someone's like, that's great! And it just cuts to the analyst, the marketing analyst, whose eyes go wide in horror as they realize the truth of who they report to and what their job is. See, Nintendo consoles, they're kind of in their own bag. Because SNES, okay, that's pretty logical. Then we switch to the N64 because 64 bits, which, sure, at least it's memorable. We switch up to the GameCube, and yeah, okay, I'm with that. It's descriptive. But then we had the Wii. I was never a fan of the name of the Wii. And I have no idea why it's called the Wii to this very day. I've never actually looked into it. I'm sure there's some weird, crazy, dumb reason for it, because that's why Nintendo does everything. But let me just say this one more time. They called it the Wii. Then, when deciding to come up with the higher hardware version of the Wii, which could actually run more modern games, they decided to call it the Wii U. Not the Wii 2. Not the Wiier. Or the second Wii, or the Super Wii, which actually might have been on brand. Instead, it's the Wii U. Now, I'm not actually all that harsh on the Wii U. I think it's actually a pretty solid console. But there's no denying the fact that they had no idea what they were doing when they were marketing that thing. Wii Ultra. Yeah, let us summarize it to the Wii U. Weirdos. That's not where I am. Where's this bridge? Huh. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Well, right. Yeah, you're probably a Yiga. I'm gonna go with yes, Yura. Hell, I think the N64 looks pretty solid even to this day. Just if we're talking the visual appearance of a console. Yeah, I already have a Wii. No, this is the Wii U. Huh? Actually, if I had to name my favorite looking console of the Nintendo consoles, it probably is the Wii U. And I can tell you it's right there. Now, I have the black and gold one. Thanks again to Spirit for buying that for me on the show. That's how old that is at this point. I guess how old the show is at this point. Yeah, I don't care. The Iwi. Now, if we're talking, no kidding, Dark, right? If we're talking how good a controller looks, like just purely cosmetics, nothing else. I feel like GameCube would be pretty high up for me in terms of just visual design. Is that Beetle? Hi, Beetle. Yeah, it doesn't like the jungle that much. Am I still going the right way? Yep, I am. Okay. I think I'm just stalled there. I really do like the look of the GameCube controller. I like the feel of it too, admittedly, but again, this is purely cosmetics. You know what? I actually also like the look of the PS5 controller while we're on the subject. It if the PS5 controller came in a wired version, I'd be more inclined to actually having one. Or if the wireless works properly, which would also be a nice thing. It was pretty comfortable to use, too. The PS5 controller was pretty legit. It just didn't work right. And that was the end of that. Bought a whole other mechanic, a whole other hardware attachment for a computer, just to try and make that controller work. Didn't work. Shrug. I mean, yeah, no, PlayStation and Xbox controllers have been pretty standardized for 20 years now. And then we've got these things. Could you make just these but higher quality for the Switch 2? I'd really enjoy that. Really. Where? No, there's nothing wrong with that at all, Act. I'm not complaining. It's just interesting to think about. In fairness, Nintendo controllers' development side hasn't really changed much. ZABE, D-pad, 2 analogs, R and L, ZL and ZR. And there you go. That's been true for a minute now. I imagine the Switch 2 will have the same general layout of buttons. It's just gotten too useful to have the same layout of controllers for every console, even if the specific buttons are, or sorry, not the same layout, the same buttons, even if the layout is different. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I don't mind. I've actually said this before. I don't mind standardization. The example I always like to use for that is USBs. I mean, one of my biggest complaints about the Switch controllers is that there's really only 2 types of Switch controllers. There's the Joy-Cons, and then there's the Pro. That's it. You can't tell me that you couldn't come up with multiple different types and styles and designs of this, right? Different ergonomics, different size, different weight to it, deep, analogs that don't break. Like, the only thing that needs to actually be standardized on this is this strip right here, right? So you could do something like this and still make it have this, right? Like, that's something that's possible. I should know there are third-party controllers that do exactly that. The problem is, and I will just tell you this right now, those third-party controllers suck. Just like most third-party controllers suck. I should mention, too, the Joy-Cons aren't cheap. These are $80. So, like, what the hell? No excuse. No excuse. You've got the best style of controller ever. And then, rather than doing anything with it to iterate or improve, you just sat on it. For however many years. When did the Switch come out? 7 years ago now? Something like that? Eight years? I don't know. It's been a minute. Weird. We've been in this console generation for a while, haven't we? At least on Nintendo's side. Where's the Switch 2, Nintendo? Why did you delay it a year? They did it just to spite me. They knew. They knew. They did it just to spite me. Personally. Oh, hey, it's a mask. I should put this mask on. Oh, yeah, Zobe. I've already bought it. You kidding me? It's rare that I pre-order something nowadays, but... oh, there we go. Yeah, the Majora's Mask is actually pretty useful, go figure. As people in chat are saying right now. But for those of you not reading chat, all monsters ignore you unless you attack them first. Oh, there's some asterisk to that, but still. That's a good question, Act. Listen, as I said, Von Falkenstein, I usually don't pre-order. It's actually pretty rare that I'll pre-order. It has to be a really specific set of circumstances. It either has to be a game that I know I'm going to stream when it comes out. That's usually the domain of MMOs at this point. Or a game that I know isn't going to go on sale. I like how this is just called Bottomless Swamp over here. Where? There, I think. Most people I know don't pre-order nowadays anyways, but that's because most people I know are people who are, you know, gamers, and we tend to not be swimming in money. So we tend to wait for Steam sales, you know what I mean? Mind me, Talus. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Such a weird battle song. I guess this is a good time for the horse. So let's show off that horse, shall we? Oh yeah, by the way, your horse has health and can die. And when I say die permanently, I kind of mean it. Like, there's a way to resurrect them, which is rather expensive in a game where money is not exactly flowing freely. So that's another detriment to the horse. That is also true, Yura. Although that's just everybody. You went to the grocery store and bought something and then ended up throwing it away because you never actually ate it. But it was on sale. Yeah, the biggest... If I was in charge of making games, I would see a value in pre-orders. Pre-orders is the kind of thing you can point to someone and say, here's the level of interest our game has. This is actually one of the biggest reasons why so many Steam games, when they're coming out, will say, please wishlist our game, because they track that. It's a measurement. It's a provable factoid of this is how many people have wishlisted our game. same general concept. The downside, of course, with pre-orders is everything else. Like, it's so obvious I don't even feel the need to go into it. And yeah, pre-ordering was something I used to do all the time. In fact, it was normal policy. After all, I come from the NES era, where oftentimes just getting a hold of a copy of a game, whether you had the money or not, was a problem. We haven't been in that era for a long time, and unlike some people, I understand this brand new, just invented concept. It's called change. Hear me out. It means that things can change. I know. Just bear with me. Yeah, pre-ordering also involves a lot of faith. And I'll be honest, like those of you in chat, how many game developers, not publishers, developers, do you have enough faith to buy their game day one? Now, I'm not saying there's none. Quite the contrary. There's actually probably several. But I think you're already getting my overall point. I mean, hell, we used to put our trust in specific franchises, too. That's not really the same kind of thing as it used to be. Or, I guess more accurately, it's never been the thing it used to be. We're just more, oh, no, no, oh, no, 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 go! You stupid horse! You stupid goddamn horse. Excuse me. Anyways, so yeah, like, you know, back in the day, you'd buy a game. Because, hey, guess what? It's a Final Fantasy, and surely that means it's a good game. And that's exactly why Seiken Densetsu 1 and Sword of Mana are named Final Fantasy Adventure... I said that wrong. I don't know why I said that way. That's exactly why Saga 1 and Sword of Mana are named Final Fantasy Legends and Final Fantasy Adventures, because people would buy those games because they had Final Fantasy in the name. I don't know how much franchise loyalty still exists nowadays. I will admit, I haven't had franchise loyalty since the 90s. And it's the dumbest possible game that broke me of it. You ready for this? It's Final Fantasy VIII. Of all things. And if you don't understand how stupid that is, first of all, FF8 isn't a particularly bad game. And second of all, like, even if we call FF8 a bad game, it's gotten so much worse than FF8 over the years. Hang on. Do I have... I do. Why don't we do this? See, I hated FF8 when it came out. I will freely make fun of younger me, because I'm actually rather fond of FF8 nowadays. But when it first came out, I was just like, ugh. I bounced off of that hard. God, it took until probably about 2004 or so, I would say, for me to finally come back and actually give it a real shot. Why? Well, FF8 does a lot wrong. to put that as nicely as I can. As the review will show when we get there. FF8 has a really, really bad info and game problem, to go back to our earlier discussion. There are huge swaths of that game that can become substantially better once you either know what you're doing or have a walkthrough. And if you're paying attention, I went back to that game in about 2004, which is the GameFAQs era. Oh wow, it's further away than it looks. But yeah, there's several aspects of FF8 that were just kind of irritating. The draw system, which the game makes it seem like you should really do, sucks. It's pretty much anti-gameplay grind. None of the characters really worked for me at the time, except for Laguna. I couldn't really understand at the time. This is an interesting thing that's happening. You can go away. I'm not even here. See? I'm not even here. I think the draw system could work a lot better with relatively few changes. First of all, make it so that drawing is a lot more lucrative. Or get rid of the charges entirely, one of the two. Both could work. So, hey, that boss is doing fire damage, and now I know fire too, you know, something like that. Yeah, the leveling system is literally a trap. When I was doing my most recent stream of FF8, several people were like, the leveling system doesn't actually scale. And that caught my attention, because I decided to go check myself, because, you know, I prefer to be accurate about my statements. And that person was lying through their teeth. The leveling system absolutely scales with you. Even worse than I thought, actually. Yeah, they spotted me. This is even the spot I wanted. For those of you not aware, there's actually two types of leveling systems. So yeah, you say it scales at 2 set points. That's actually wrong. Like I said, though, there are two, or rather, sorry, wrong is inaccurate. Sorry, let me walk that sentence back. There are two types of level scaling. First of all, every average party level adds to the stats of every boss and enemy in the game. Just linearly. If you're level 3, 18, or 47, it doesn't matter, because it is then 47 times stats. Make sense? However, then, on top of that, there's the set point scaling, which is what you're referring to, Von Falkenstein. So every so often, there's just a whole other tier of scaling, which changes a lot of their abilities, as opposed to just changing their stats. So they scale, and they scale. And I'm not a huge fan of either of those, to be quite honest with you. Level scaling is the kind of thing that has to be done very particularly. I think that might be it. Yeah, it also changes what draws you can get. That's true. And I believe what drops they can draw, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyways. Sorry. Off topic. Point being, I think the draw system could be smoothed over with really minor changes. That's kind of my point. And I think that the moment I realized that you're not leveling yourself, but you're leveling your Guardian forces, is the moment that game crystallized a lot more for me. Like, the moment you think of it that way, it's like, oh. Now, that's even true in lore. Thank you, a noble name. I do appreciate your support. Remember, you can still pick up to 3 things on Noble Name. If you don't, I will. Just so you know. But I will put that towards the FF audit run. You got it. Thank you. I would say level scaling works in WoW as well. Because it does. It's the best level scaling in the business. But that's because of a lot of precise details and changes that they change in order to make that work. You got a dealer's choice and also Star Fox block. Yeah, I'm not a fan of level scaling. If I'm being honest, even though it's not bad in Guild Wars 2, and it's not, I would still rather it not be in Guild Wars 2 at all. Given a choice of that. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the glory. Behold the nightmare. Next. The best part is these are the fairy clothes. Get it? We are men. We are men in tights. We roam around the forest avoiding fights. One thing I don't mind is when you can opt into level scaling. Most games don't allow that. Most games is all or nothing. Most games are all or nothing. Hello, Huthor. Yeah, Bethesda just cannot seem to get level scaling correctly. Like, I don't think they've ever done level scaling well. Ever. It's gotta be here somewhere. Is it not labeled? Thank you, Melkor Blade. And my favorite Robin Hood movie, unironically, is Men in Tights. I'll put that Taurus Trails in the Skyblock. Rayman Legends. And Contradiction. Yeah, Morrowind had perfectly good level scaling. Because it didn't have any. The Disney one was alright. Canned animations aside. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to find a spot. I think this is it. I think that is it. I think this is it up here. No. Disney likes to reuse their hand animation because it takes a very long time and it's very expensive to do. Which, the moment you start to see the repeat animations is the moment you can ever unsee it. It's kind of weird, actually. I mean, that's Blizzard for you, Melkor Blade. That's what I said earlier. The only people who can get scaling right is frickin' Blizzard. Wow, that Yiga got me shot by that Guardian. Now you gotta die. On fire, actually. Anyways, ignoring that, I'm not a huge fan of Robin Hood in general. I don't have a specific reason why. It's just never been a thing for me. This is how Tingle navigates the world, by the way, right here. This is just his life every day. He has he's so much style. Much fairy. Rob from the rich, give to the poor. I mean, that's getting a little polemic, but yes, absolutely, screw the rich. Rich people are the cause of most problems in most of human society across all of history. Recently, I quoted something that was actually a quote from Roman times. About 80 BC, I want to say, something like that. And that quote is applicable with no changes to its dialogue now. Screw the rich. Well, I'd have to look up the quote, and I'm not going to do it, but it has to do with the rich being evil. Oh, we just had a power blip, so hopefully we're still live. If we're not, we'll start talking to ourselves. Boy. No one can defeat Tingle. No one. Yep, nope, we lost internet. Cool. Well, while we're off camera, but are still recording, I have to give you some special secret thing as a reward for somehow still watching this boring-ass series. I was actually thinking about this morning. Like, do I really have to push myself through playing this game all this time? So, being completely honest with myself, because I was talking about this with my sister very recently, there's a difference between games that people care about and games that people don't. To put that as succinctly as I possibly can. If I was reviewing, I can't think of an example of a game. What's a random game no one's heard of? I have no internet. I can't check. If I was reviewing Paperboy on the NES, nobody cares. Nobody cares if it's a 60-hour game that I could beat in 10 minutes. If I beat it in 10 minutes, they'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. Nobody gives a damn. But if it's a game like Breath of the Wild, people probably want me to do the most accurate review I am capable of doing. And accuracy pretty much requires doing as much of the content as possible. So, here we are. Trying to do as much of the content as possible in order to try and be as accurate about the review as possible. I will admit a lot of these things don't generate, I guess we'll turn that in just for the sake of it. A lot of these don't generate positives, and probably won't, but that's not really the point, is it? And I just straight up do not have any internet at all. Cool. Okay, you know what? I still have wireless. Yay. For technology. Let's see here. I can even look at that image Eurolinked, but I'm not going to do that. Peak streaming right here. Although this technically isn't even streaming, this is just recording at this point. But the other reason we do this kind of thing, sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. Sometimes, every now and again, you do all the side quests and you find a really, really good one or a really, really bad one. And that's sort of the point. There we go. You know, that's the main philosophical point and reason behind bothering to do all of this stupid content, is to try and see if any of it is worth a damn. If any of it is actually something that can warrant a positive, or, if we're being honest, more likely, negative. So that's what I've been doing. And that's why I've been doing it. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that. Especially you. It looks like we've just come back to online. So I'll stop talking about this topic. That's enough off camera. Those of you watching the VOD bonus material. The good news is we're done with armor and chests. Or rather, we're about to be done with armor and chests. I think. But in a minute. something else that I was hesitate to use such a charged word as accused of, is that I'm unwilling to take the game at its own pace. That I'm unwilling to play the game on its own terms. This, I don't just mean with Breath of the Wild, I mean in general. And I don't really have a really solid answer to that. You know, I used a specific example. I was doing something off camera to try and mitigate the boredom factor. And it was mentioned, well, instead of being bored doing that thing, you could go do side stuff on your way to doing that thing. But I'm not sure I agree with it. I'll even show it off. I'll go to a specifics rather than giving you generics. Game, stop doing what you're doing. Have I mentioned I kind of hate swimming in this game? Like, a lot. Oh, come on. Well, the main thrust of the comment was, rather than trying to be efficient about doing all the content, just doing the content as you run into it, which would probably about triple the overall length of this review series, but let's ignore that for a second. I love that the Wind Waker link was apparently under a freaking river. Anyways. So now we just have these things. So let's do that. Just over here. And then I'll show off what I was talking about. Sorry, my nose is kind of clogged. I think that's where the headache was coming from. I say was, it seems to have faded, thankfully. Like, my whole head still feels stuffed, but at least the headache's mostly gone. Behold, manly Link. Behold my glory. Come back, dude. Come back. Seriously, dude. Dude! Oop, I actually ran past him because I was reading Jaluda's thing. Oh, it's just a guy. Sand boots. Give me those boots. Okay, fine. Let me turn into a woman right in front of you. Let me change my clothes in front of you. You made it back safely. We've gone for so long, I started to feel the worst. The eighth are just an urban legend. It doesn't actually exist. I just wanted an excuse to get close to you, you know? I want to keep you engaged, so I thought up something impossible to hold your interest. And I put you in harm's way. I'm a cat. I've been so worried. I won't put you in danger anymore. From now on, I'll be your protector. Are you trying to console me because you've been so heartsick over this? You're such a kind soul. No need to coddle me for... Look at this! That certainly is the way it was rumored to look. That's amazing. I thought it was just an old wives' tale. The eighth heroine actually exists? If the rest of the world knew this, it'd be absolute bedlam. But I won't tell anyone. That way it'll be our little secret. Sort of a bonding thing. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you. Give me the sand boots! Okay. Just a second. I'll take them off. You strip in front of me. Now. Treat them as tenderly as you would me. Now return my snow boots. Yeah, okay, here you go. It's like running the sand pretty difficult. I'm pretty tired already from my jogging machine. I think I'll just park myself under the tent. Care to join me later? Bye. And then we kill him. Look, we're just catfishing someone into stealing his boots, okay? There's nothing untoward's happening here. Yeah, sure, Von Falkenstein, sure. Whatever helps you sleep it. Oh, there it is. Couldn't even see it with the glare there. And the dialogue options made it pretty clear. We were just out for the boots. Where? Where? Oh my god, these directions. Yeah, no, Paramount was on its way out. Several of us, I'm going to include myself in that, saw this coming a couple of years ago. Paramount's been on its way out for a while. I'm not 100% sure why. Absolutely Melkor Blade, which is funny because, you know, it's actually already banned. No, we're done with that, Shadow Machine. We might be done with this other quest, too. Because I don't know where Inogo Bridge is, so we'll cycle back to that. That requires doing the Goron stuff. What else do we have? That's in Hyrule. And that's the Trial of the Sword. Well, it's more like there really is no such thing anymore, Wolf Alex. Like, repeating a game we've already covered for a chill run wouldn't really be viable use at the time, because there's just so many games on the list that we haven't covered. And even if we were doing a chill run of a new game, then we would still be reviewing it, so at that point it's just a game, you know, just a run. Yeah, we're gonna make an attempt here. We're gonna see what happens. I mean, for all intents and purposes, this is a chill run, you know? It's just I happen to be reviewing it at the same time. Chill for you guys. I've been stressed as hell. I have done so much off-camera stuff in this game. Okay. Is it over that? Yeah, it looks like it. That's on the other side, actually. The mines, huh? When you say the mines, or if you know the name of the quest, that actually might work. Yeah, I've heard good things about the new DLC. Yeah, let's just follow the road then, which is Somewhere down there. Yep, there's the fire. That's okay, I came prepared. To hit the wrong button 3 times in a row. Vacation run. Also called a stress run. No. There we go. An empire of sales bots. Yeah, that sounds awesome. We're reviewing WoW, Benicia Silver. We've never reviewed WoW in any format, so this will be the WoW review. Okay, whatever. Just ignore that. I do like the idea of playing individualistic machines. That sounds cool. Just gonna keep going down the path here. I mean, yes, Venetia? It's not a lot of alternatives there. Really? No, no, absolutely not. I'm guessing this is it, because this is the first thing that's looked towny. Towny. Oh my god. Come on, Laura. Hey guys, listen. I'd love to talk with you, but I'm on fire right now. Literally. So, which one of you has the quest? None of you? You, maybe? You scared me. Look at his face. Look at his face. What is it? Who are you? I'm Django. If you need, I need to concentrate while I'm working. If you want to talk to me, come when it's nighttime. Yeah, sure. I got like 1:48 of life left. So... Oh, hey, perfect. You showed up at just the right time. I'm on my way back from Goron City, but forgot to buy souvenirs. I wanted to capture some of those fireproof livers that live on Death Mountain, but those suckers are quick. They're pretty speedy. I bet you could catch a ton. You bring me 10, I'll give you some heat-resistant armor. Sure. 10 fireproof lizards. Okay. Let's switch suits to, this one. Ah! Still in a hurry. Still dying. Jeez, we only have 2. It's 4. 5. 6, 7, 8. 30 seconds. 9. 10 seconds. Oh my god, I think we're about to die. Death has come for it. Yep, okay. Well, the good news is we've got a lot of healing items. And we're literally on fire. Oh yeah, hang on. Is any of our gear burning right now? No. Well, actually, do we have a... We do have a frostblade. That'll help, right? That is... We are burning to death very quickly. 10. Where's this asshole? Hey, dude. I'm on fire. Could you talk to me quickly, please? Deal's a deal. Hand him over. I'll give you the heat-resistant armor. Hopefully not the armor you're wearing, because then you will be dead. Something the matter? My helmet? Sorry, it ain't for lending. Too expensive for that. You can buy your own in Goron City. Ah. It's always helpful to have some spare limiters. So if you come across more, I'll buy them for you. Yeah, no thanks. Okay, we are no longer on fire. Really, Huthor? Do you mind clarifying that terrible, terrible sentence? To my knowledge, the only way to get up here, like, initially, is to have some kind of food. It's your exploration tax. I could be wrong about that, of course, but to my knowledge. Once you get here, you either get to the city and buy the armor, or you do the quest I just did. And it does have to be flame-proof, specifically. There's heat-resistant stuff you can get all over the place, but it doesn't do anything to this. I'm unaware of any hot springs things. That'd be news to me. There are lots of fireproof lizards, which is nice, but how many of you are going to figure out that those are the flame guard things before you get into the zone that is on fire? Yep, that's Death Mountain. Do you mind? Stupid ostriches. Hey, Huthor, do you remember the part as the Alliance when you start shooting innocent civilians? Under protest, no less. Hey, Ross. Honestly, a device that can operate in those kind of temperatures is kind of more impressive in several ways than the flying machine that stays aloft after being buried after 10,000 years. But then again, we also saw something else that's also ridiculous, which was the frickin' camel. Either way, all I'm saying, Huthor, is the Alliance are pure evil. End of statement. Alright, so. Death to the Alliance. No, what irritates me is they really wanted to make both sides awful instead of just, you know, factions. No, act. Although, there's actually a pretty good chance we'll do some today. We'll see. How much are these stupid things? That's pretty expensive. We could actually afford that, but only because, you know, we've been farming dragon scales. Yes. I think so, Dakota. Do I really? Well, okay, fine, whatever. If it's mandatory to draw, that's a lot of rupees for a mandatory piece of gear. I agree, Huthor. We should have the Alliance burned to the ground. I mean...
Yeah. Ah. Oh.
Time to lose a lot of armor.
Ooh.
Who's more fair of a leader? Well, Arthas at least cared about his own people. Garrosh is a well-written character, but fair is not part of being well-written. You know?
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Yeah, that was pretty pricey. I'm sorry, Huthor. I hate the fact that they called that the Fourth War, even though it's the Fifth. Completely ignoring the actual Fourth War, which spanned 3 expansions. No. The Fourth War is that little skirmish that happened during 1 expansion, in the background of the main plot. Christ, I hate BFA so much. Anyways, I don't know where the nearest shrine is. And they're a little harder to spot when everything looks like the shrines. The good news is, I'm a blind idiot and didn't notice that the shrine is right here. Oh, I even have it labeled because I already did my work on this part. Yeah, that's another thing, Venetia. A global war that lasted, let's see, 3 years. Yeah, exactly, Thora. So a global world war that lasted 3 years. From Wrath to Pandaria. Apparently had no real lasting ramifications, but they decide to do one brief, and I'm going to call it again, skirmish. And all of a sudden, that's just, oh my god, everything's being destroyed, because it's a war this time. Like, what is this, Korea? Yeah, exactly. There was no lasting impact from World War I. Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry. Rant off. Moving on. Writers be dumb, yo. I mean, don't mistake me. I love Warcraft story to death, but god damn. They do not know what the word consequences mean. But blew up Alex. It encourages you to go and explore. I'm sorry. I shouldn't mock. I know some people like the durability system and the limited inventory system in this game. I have no idea why. That's a good question, Venetia. I actually have no idea. But okay, there it goes. I mean, to say that this isn't deliberate design is not something I'm saying. That obviously they thought this all out. I just disagree with their findings. It's the three drinks. That's what I'm gonna call it. It's the 3 drinks thing all over again. I mean, honestly, I'm all in favor of that, Uthor. But in fact, I'm in favor of both of those things. Ousting Drek for brains and getting rid of the faction war, which, honestly, I suppose I'm just biased on that because I've been wanting that gone since vanilla. Did it just vanish into thin air? You saw that, right? What, Uthor? I'm guessing it's not direct for brains. That sounds like the polite version. The banished one. Ha! Okay, yeah, it respawned up here. That is wild. Okay. Yeah, speaking of the banished one, there's something I've noticed a weird trend in lately. It's the mentality some people were peaked, that there's no point in trying to oust horrible people from power because, you know, they're obviously nobody works in a vacuum. Ooh, nice. And it won't make anything better. And the older I get, the more I disagree with that sentence. And this specifically has to do with the banished one, because I think WoW has been doing a lot better ever since he cut the hell out of Dodge, even though he is clearly not the only problem there. As I've said many times, better does not necessarily mean perfect, you know? Oops. Oh, damn it. Okay. Do this the other way. Yeah, exactly, Uthor. That's pretty much exactly my point. Like, you cannot tell me that getting rid of Kotick has not improved the situation at Blizzard, especially on the ground. But I think you're right, Uthor. It's a very, very strong mentality. What's that quote? Perfection is the enemy of improvement, or something like that? Too many people want the solution, and if they can't have the solution, don't bother. Perfection is the enemy of good. There we go. Oh, improve. Do. It's something I've heard a lot lately. And I'm not sure what has caused a recent resurgence, or if it's just anecdotal because I'm just becoming more aware of it. I don't know. But we now have a warp point in here. Yay! Okay. Now that we have this, we can go do this. Finally. I've been sitting on this for forever. Very true, Below Alex. You are absolutely right. It's not easy. It takes work, and it takes dedication. It's like exercise, right? Going to the gym one day and just really working out, that's actually pretty easy to do. Going to the gym 3 times a day, every week, for years, that's a lot harder. Pump it up, brother. This is our ancestral training ground. Us 3 Goron blood brothers are in the midst of a contest of endurance. Feel the burn, brother. We're trying to become strong and powerful Gorons. Right now we're competing to beat the heat. So sweaty, brother. We're Gorons, but the heat is too much for us these days. It's too hot to handle in Goron City, so we came here to train ourselves. I have an idea. Come join us. Yeah, join the contest of endurance, brother. Let's do it. Guy like he was a burning passion in his belly. It's inspiring, brother. Now let's do it. Let's beat the heat. I actually really like how the Gorons look in this game, personally. But I think it's just because the expressiveness helps, you know? If you leave the ring or pass out, you lose. Wait, do I seriously not have any... I have no heat protection in my flameproof armor. Oh my god. And I have no heat proofing in general? I've got a little bit. Oh. I also have an ice weapon. I should be using that too. No! No! Get it. Take care of them. They've passed out in the heat. Do you know what that means? Oh god, now I have to drag Gorons, who are made of rock, by the way, off of a metal slab in the heat. Thanks, guys. You're amazing. I never would have thought the 3 Goron blood brothers could lose to you, brother. In fact, I'm granting you the highest honor, the chance to participate in the ultimate endurance. The toughest test known to Goron kind. Do you feel it in your gut what a bad idea it is to go in there? Your gut is dead on. Special training area is even harder than the last ring. Contest won't challenge you with heat, but with fire. Okay, yeah, so, yep, yep. A real Goron man shouldn't have to rely on wussy stuff like that. Go on up and take the challenge without any gear? You want me to do... Okay. Sure. Done. That heat-resistant gear? No, I took it off. Or you took it off, I guess. Do I have to take off all my clothing? Do you just want me naked? Does everyone just want Link to be naked? Is that what this is? Fine. Naked Link. This is better. We are now on fire. Quite literally. No, literally. My soul is on fire. Yeah, my flesh is on fire. How long is this stupid thing? Oh, whatever. I've got healing items, like it says. I should refill these soon. It's okay, I know I'm on fire, but I've got some mushrooms.
Yeah.
So epic, brother. What a powerful display. What fire. Oh, something else, brother. I didn't know you couldn't use the fire resist gear. I could have done this shrine forever ago if I'd known about that. I specifically was waiting to do this until I had the fire resist gear. Whatever. Oh god, really, Brakeman? Jesus. So the legend is true, brother. You won the contest of ultimate endurance, little man. Seriously, remind me to to refill my cooking after this. So I've been going through a bit lately. Okay. Bull crap. Wow, Braven. Sumo wrestling. That'll be interesting to review when we get there. I remember it unfondly, but who knows. What? Okay. But what am I stasising? I guess I'll just do this. Apparently I can stasis those? I'm not getting the chest. There's no reason to get loot at this point. In fact, I actually have Legion not to get loot at this point. My inventory is full. You know, there's got to be an easy way to do this. Surely, surely, surely. No. Stay down, please. All six? It is all six. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Reset, reset. Okay. That does stop the flow. I don't know why I wanted it to. Let's try this. Nope. Didn't think so. Okay. What about all the water these people are wasting on some of these puzzles? You ever think about that? Like, I'm sure they recycle it, but people. don't even want to know what kind of power source they've been using. Oh, jeez. No kidding, Dakota. My inventory is full. Ah! The problem is we're going to be on a timer now. This is going to suck. Come on. Come on. Jesus Christ. Okay, we got the one. Please. There we go. Good God. No, no, no. Okay. It didn't count. We're good. We're good. Give me your damn orb. That would be kind of interesting from a logistics perspective. Like, come up with a perpetual puzzle in something like Factorio or, you know, like you say, Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld or something similar. Something that'll sustain itself. I guess the Gorons are gone. Ew. We can now drop our traveler's thing anywhere, too. So that'll be nice. Okay. I meant just like the gameplay structure of Factorio on Wolfenstein. You know, placing down conveyor belts and bots and drawing from resources in a train to draw the resources to the main factory. You get the idea. Or maybe the goal could be like, see how long you could get it to last. This, I think? Yep, here we go. There we go. And now we can refill a lot easier. Alright. Food. Which means we actually need to go here. Probably von Falkenstein. I will admit I haven't dipped my toes into most of the extra stuff in Factorio, because I'm waiting for the review to do that. Me and Pax, we just, you know, beat the game. Well, after we could have. We actually didn't beat the game until we had pretty much swept the tech tree. And it's like, well, I guess we'll go and build the rocket now. Hi, Celtic. Welcome to Cicada Land. Also known as pretty much everywhere in, like I'd say, half the country right now. The only mod I glanced at... Well, okay, that's not true. I looked at a lot of mods, especially some Dakota suggested. But we decided to ultimately do a modless playthrough for our particular playthrough. The big mod I looked at and never really dug into was the space one, the one that adds other planets. And I'm going to the wrong orchard. This is the wrong orchard. Where am I going? Yeah, I lived in Kansas for a few years, and Missouri for a few years, and Indiana for a few years. And let me tell you, the cicadas, oh my god. There's no escaping it. Oh, excuse me. Huh, what do you know? Wow, Jelly Leprechaun. That sounds about right. Sadly but surely. Wait, they're making an no, I knew that. I knew they were making an expansion to Factorio. Although, I don't think I have any knowledge of specifics yet. I'm not sure if we have knowledge of specifics yet. Is there really? Speaking of cicadas. I mean, eventually it runs out of battery, but generally, no. Not all the time. That's true, Frieza. We can continue the Terry quest. I have been sitting on that for a while. Look, on Falkenstein. I got nothing. I got nothing. Speaking of which, how many do we need? Let's actually be organized about this. Let's say another 5. Yeah, Fee overheats every now and again. She needs to chill out for a while. She's like, Master, why are you using me to chop down trees? Yes, our armor is fully, no really, tier 4. We have the full 60 armor now. You know, I just realized my diet in lore consists almost entirely of durians and truffles. I don't know what that does to a body, but I'm not sure I want to find out. Okay. And now that we have access to the fire area, we could actually go get some of these other shrines. And I know nobody likes anything more than getting shrines. We did do Eventide. It was as awesome as usual. Like, I was grinning a lot of my time through Eventide. It is still fun. Another thing I've heard people say is, why don't you like the whole game being durability? It's just Eventide, but the whole game. And I'm like... And I don't even know where to start at this point. God damn it, Frieza. Why do shrine quests exist? Why? You know, Eventide is very tightly designed. It's very... There's a lot of thought put into which enemies are in which placement, and their schedules, and which items are placed where. It's very obvious they spent a huge amount of time and effort balancing, building, and otherwise constructing the entire sequence around it, and it's awesome. Props to them for it. I've often wondered, because I've never been able to find out what the thought process was going into Eventide, because it's clearly designed differently, right? What I mean by that is a lot of thought and effort was put into something that is effectively just a single shrine quest. And I'm wondering very much if that was something they started with, if that was a proof of concept, if it was something they built after they'd built most of the rest of the game, you know. I don't know. It's not like this game is riddled with bad design, but Eventide just feels a lot more tightly designed than most of the things in this game. Ooh, spikes. Spikes are fun. Yeah, we finally found Bob's shrine. I've got the bombs. I kind of want to see. I don't, which is part of why I've been holding off on it for so long, admittedly, Ross. Don't worry, we'll do it probably today at the pace we're currently keeping. Oh god, it totally does. 3D Bomberman game. You know, that isn't on the N64. Although those were good games, so that's whatever. Oh my god. I didn't even notice. Did you see? Almost there. Almost there. Probably not even what I want to do with this. I cannot believe we still don't have the climbing gear. We have done almost every shrine in the game. We're at, I don't know. We'll find it in a minute. As soon as we go to our next loading screen, I'll tell you. But we are at a lot of shrines. And we still don't have the climbing gear. God, it's still coming down. Come on. Oh no, did it stop? It stopped. Damn. Okay. That's very unhelpful. Okay. Okay. Hey, there we go. Very much the intended solution here. See? Perfect. Yeah! There we go. Perfect. I can't either, Frieza. I was already thinking, okay, so I'm going to need like 3 things here, and I need to push this thing over here. There you go. So we have 16 shrines left at the moment. 2 of which are major combat shrines, which I'm deliberately holding off on. Listen, I don't think Link has anything up there anyways. I gotta be real. Okay. Hey, Zobe. Thank you very, very much for the sub. Even though I'm playing Breath of the Wild. Can I just say, I'm actually really impressed with my comment section for this run. No, I mean that. I was not looking forward to the comments for me. Well, for how this review has been going. Let's put it that way. I actually got one comment, which I don't share positive comments often enough, so if you'll forgive me. It said, "Thank you for bringing this game down a peg. I swear you're the only real video game reviewer." And, I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment. I take my job very seriously. Probably more so than I should, but I definitely do. I actually had a friend of mine comment on how proud they were of me for the review system that we have put together. And I absolutely agree with that. It's probably one of the best things I've added into the universe as a whole, is this review system. So I'll take it. I'll take it. And yeah, that's... I see that a lot, Bragwin. And I almost never agree with it. Sometimes I do. That's the really funny part. Sometimes I do agree that a really, really praised game is, in fact, really, really good. I think... This is speculative. But I think at least a little bit goes back to that whole all-or-nothing thing we were talking about earlier, right? Where you have to have something be, you know... My niece, who's trying to sneak downstairs. You thought you could... I can hear the door, baby bear. People think it's either, you know, the greatest thing ever, overpraising, or it's the worst thing ever, overbashing, right? Because I don't think this game is either, as I think the score on screen actually demonstrates. What are you doing, baby bear? What's up? What's up? Why are you stealing my bed? Okay, you can hug my bed. What's up, baby bear?
I'm right here. So I broke one of the little thingy.
You said that last time, but you didn't actually break it.
No, but some of it couldn't bend.
Well, it's not all supposed to bend, just pieces of it are. It could still be broken, though. You might be right. Is that why you came downstairs? No.
I outgrown this.
Yes, you have. It's a shame. It's a nice shirt. It's okay. Your baby sister will be able to use it soon.
Well,
Here, give me that.
activate.
Now, why'd you come downstairs? What's up? Use your words. Use your words. Use your words. Use your words. Or I will scritch you.
Yes.
No, don't tickle me! Don't tickle me! Don't tickle me! Torture while death. Baby bear, what's up?
I said take me
Focus. Focus. Why did you come downstairs?
Well, just nobody upstairs. When,
Is the TV paused?
yeah, but no, but I want to watch the.
Sorry about that. What was I doing? I think I was climbing. I was climbing. And maybe a little mining. Well, I don't think we need any of this at this point, but you never know. What do you think of this game? 3 tickles out of 10. And the only game that ever gets 10 tickles is the Octopus game. Octodad. Specifically. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I know, dumb joke. Look, if you're expecting good jokes from me, I don't know what to tell you at this point. Oh. I think this is the quest one you were just talking about. Yep. Okay. boss. At least I don't think we have. Well, I hate to have wasted the trip, so we're gonna go and hit this one here. I do like the way the lava looks in this game. It is too bright, as everything in this game too is. But other than that, it's solid. Or I guess viscous. Liquid? I don't know. Okay, just for Dragon Player. Not even watching right now. I never did look up what diamonds are used for. It's probably something we're not going to use, but at this point, I'd rather hold on to it and just have it there in case we need it, you know? Because you never know. There might be something we need in the future. If there's something I've discovered about games like this, it's that it's generally better to just hold on to stuff. Not because hoarding, but because there's always some quest or NPC or interaction or shrine or whatever that's like, hey, do you have such and such? And I'm like, well, no, I got rid of that. So, you know, having that in the back pocket tends to be nice. Oh. Especially true for, like, builder games. Good builder games, anyways. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Just stock everything as much as you need to. Can I not? I cannot. Whoa, there. That was weird. Let's try it again. There you go. Had to have been like a second too late there. Just 1 second. We'll do it the easy way. I wonder how many hearts we're going to be able to get up to. 15 shrines left, by the way. We're getting there. Functionally 13 shrines left. Not counting the DLCs. Animations? Yes, absolutely. On the story axis, not on the gameplay axis. I've already given that. I have not. I haven't actually done the proper first audit yet because honestly we're not at a point where we're ready to start doing that. And also because I just haven't had time, if I'm being completely honest. I remember that one. I'm pretty sure there's several categories of positives we haven't given yet. Almost positive. Yeah, the fact that you can't have max hearts and stamina is such a weird decision. It goes back to why I think separating... making you choose between hearts and stamina was never the correct cause. You're absolutely right, Noble Name. Thank you for pointing it out. The animations in this game are legit, absolutely. There's quite a few of them. And they're turbo cute. That's another reason to do the Switch version of Link's Awakening. the animations. That might be one of the only pluses that the Switch version gets definitively over the other one. Hey, stop that! That's the boss's cannon. Yeah, sure thing. Just do this here, don't mind me. There it is. You know, I'm almost positive I bullcrapped this last time, Frieza. But yeah, let's just find the mic card. Unless I'm thinking of another one, which is possible. Pretend we're Tingle. In full armor, but, you know, still Tingle. Go! Go. Please go. Aw. Aw. Okay, fine. I've got this. Yeah, I'll be honest, it would never have occurred to me to drop a bomb that close to me because, you know, duh, effectively. Surely that'll just get me killed. Toss me out into the lava. Like, I believe you. I'm not sure how that works. How do the Gorons pilot this thing? Unless they use the Dodongo special crop. Whoa, okay. Oh my god, Braven. Good afternoon, Jay Palmer. Yeah, no, this is the one I bullcrap to get into. It basically involved gliding in at a very specific angle after coming at it from above. I say bullcrap. Bomb jumped. I bomb jumped my way in. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, a lava one. Blue flame. Nobody? Okay. That's an interesting question, Jay Palmer. If you mean, is it always about Zelda and Link and Ganondorf and the eternal struggle between them? No, actually. There are actually quite a... There's actually quite a few Zelda games that do not involve the big three. We figured it out last night. It's either 6 of 9 or 5... Or, no, 6 of 8... 6 to 8 or 5 to 9, excuse me. I hit forward and he's like, I'm off! Peace! Watch, this is completely not worth it. What do you want to bet? Yep. Cool. Although, actually, since I've probably been using durability on the Knight's Bow, it probably is worth it. Barely. Is the durability as bad as I was expecting? Worse. We've given 19 negatives as of the moment to the durability problem. Okay. We'll toss the old sledgehammer into the lava. Okay, that... I take it back. That lava's a little bit blinding. That's a little physically painful to look at. Good God, does it have to be so bright? Why is everything so bright in this game? Is it just me? Am I dumb? Damn it, Luco. That's a good point. I'm doing okay. My headache is mostly faded, so that's nice. And I've got chili to look forward to for lunch, so that's even nicer. And we're finally wrapping up with most of the sidey stuff in this game. We might actually finish all the side stuff today. Might. Well, no, I guess we won't. Because we have to do the dungeons first, but whatever. Oh, that's a sight. And we're dead. Interesting. I can just picture Link. Huh, there's a spiked ball rolling towards me. Oh, whoops. Ooh. I think we actually have enough giant cores to make the giant armor upgrades if we wanted to right now. Siphon Filter Dark Mirror. Well, I've never heard of it, of course. Ooh, brioche. Well, as usual, the usual warning. Are you sure you want to add a game to the list that may never get funded? Start saying that more often. Try to head off some of the dead fruit games. Seriously, most of the dead fruit games are games where someone's like, hey, I want this. Here's $5. And then no one ever donated towards it ever again. It just sat there at the bottom of the list, rotting like dead fruit, which is why I call it that. Thank you for the donation, Jay Palmer. I'll put that towards this game. There we go. Siphon, filter, dark mirror. I need to look something up really quick. Over here. Just really quick. love how we have some shrines, like the last one, it's around Blow Alex, which had, like, a puzzle that lasted a few seconds, literally. And then this one, which we're still in. I'm not really complaining. It's just interesting how much of a variance there is in some of these dungeons. In some of the shrines, I mean. Oh, I don't like this at all. Oh, much more so, J. Palmer. The Zelda series has kind of always been puzzle-focused. Pretty much since the first game. I'm gonna grab some arrows after this. Part of what makes a Zelda game a Zelda game is the puzzles. God damn it. Apparently cannot aim today. What the hell? There we go. Okay, this one we might have to use the spin attack on. Ice arrows? Really? This is new. Oh, there we go. Mind me just having a physics moment there. Oh yeah, I need to write down jank, don't I? Or not jank, something related to jank. There we go. Sorry, I was just reminded from my old run. People were complaining about me complaining about some of the jank, and several people insisted that the jank was just on my end. Complaints like that will never stop amusing me, since, you know, you can see the jank. Like, it's not like I'm making it up. It's right here on camera. Oh, we're on the Switch. See? Here's the Joy-Cons. Also, here's the home menu. Although I suppose you could have a home menu on the emulator too. I don't actually know. I've never emulated the Switch. It does make me wonder what kind of mods there are for this game. Because there's got to be some mods, right? Or rather, I know there's mods, but I'm curious what types of mods we get. 14. That makes sense, Gavator. $14 shrines left. I feel like that number should be smaller, honestly. So we got a reshade. We've got sex mods. Because of course we do. Actually, the first mod I see here is play as Zelda. That's funny. Okay, so that requires the quest, which leaves us... So hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How are there 14 shrines left? Oh, 10. Still, that's 4 shrines unaccounted for. Yeah, you'll notice I dropped down my mark right next to it, Gavator, so I could just refill. So I'm missing 4 shrines somewhere, and that sucks. Because I don't know where they are. And the only way to figure that out is going to be doing it the old-fashioned way. Crown of Bone. Yes, I did. The elk. Let's see, what do we got here? Champion abilities, cooldown changer. Zelda has bigger boobs. No fall damage. Stasis has no cooldown. Remote bombs have no cooldown. Instant cooking. Snow Quill overhaul. Interesting. That's what I believe. Can I make that happen? I can make that happen. That's a good question, Arspruce. If they do, that's 3, which means I'm only missing 1. Which might not be too terrible. But I don't know. I don't know how that counts that. Thanks for volley. While we're doing this little climbing section here. Still only have the 1 piece of climber's gear. That continues to amuse me. Anybody else have that thing where they hear one of those discordant notes they play periodically in the infrequent piano thing? And they think, oh god, it's a blood moon. Someone just killed the bot. There we go. Sorry about that, Dr. Winter. But in fairness, you did kill my bot. I still get that, and I mentioned that because I just heard a discordant note just now and was like, oh god, blood moon. Although I don't begrudge the blood moons as much as I used to. Okay, so if I play a note and another note is melodious with it, it hits the same mathematical pattern of register, then what that means is that note has harmony with the other note, okay? That's what forms a chord, is you hit two notes at the same time that together form that kind of thing. Does that make sense? If you hit a note that does not mathematically match the pitch and register of the previous note, then that is discordant. It sounds wrong and off to the ear. Like that. Now, obviously, what I'm referring to is two notes at the same time. But there is such a thing as just occasionally playing a note that just doesn't feel like it fits, which is what I'm referencing. Gut check rock. Feel the burn, brother. Oh, you're the guy who won the contest of endurance. Some undying need for gains must have guided you here. I need to get my gains. I'm sure of it. Welcome to the Extreme Goron Training Ground. You should talk to my big bro at the top, so you can achieve full-on Goron manliness. Doctor Who. Dr. Winter. Brutal. Brutally rude. The sacred platform is only for true Goron men, as decided by the Goron Blood Brothers. So shove off. You want respect, you gotta train hard for it. Okay, what do you want? Pump it up! Oh, you're the guy from earlier. Welcome. Home of the Gut Check Challenge. This is where we get ripped and shredded. It's where Goron boys become Goron men, brothers. Please move. I am moving a muscle, brother, not a single well-defined muscle. That's right, here's a special platform only for those who've conquered the Gut Check Challenge. Besides, my littlest bro is in the middle of training right now, and brother... Oh my god. A brother does not interrupt a brother's training, brother. That said, you are a guy who won the contest of endurance, so I guess my question is, what are you waiting for? Get training. If you can clear out our extreme tourbound, okay, let's do it. Count me in, brother. We're gonna shred you to pieces, little man. Prepare your tiny self. Let me explain how this works. The rules are simple. Deadlift. Starting from the bottom, you gotta climb back up here within the time limit. But don't fool yourself into thinking it's only a climbing challenge. You gotta pick up rupees as you go. Get to the cliff, and a passable number of rupees, and you pass the test. If you fail, you'll have to return all the rupees you picked up. That's life, brother! Gonna help you push past your limits, brother. Physical, mental, and emotional limits. Okay, enough messing around. Time for the hardest of hardcore feats. The Gut Check Challenge. Okay. Oh, no train, no gain, no pay, no stay. 20 rupees per attempt. Okay. 100 rupees, let's do it. Can I wear gear? Because I am currently wearing gear. Oh, absolutely, J. Palmer. It's a terrible place, like, strategically. Is there like a silver rupee on this trip somewhere? Yeah, this is a song. I kind of like it. Well, there's several reds up there, so let's take advantage of that, shall we? Yeah, Orgrimmar, by contrast, is much better defended. Which makes sense, considering most of its overhaul was done under Garrosh's reign. Yeah, Stormwind, in lore, is kind of a pit of corruption, so it makes sense that the place is not exactly strategically sound. Yeah, Ironforge is a freaking fortress. Good luck infiltrating Ironforge. Goal! That was glorious. Nice going, brother. Let's see how many rupees you score. 122. Unbelievable. You passed our training with the grit of a true Goron, my brother. Now you've managed to clear extreme training and the contest of endurance. You've earned the right to call yourself the 4th Goron Blood Brother. As promised, you're now allowed to stand on the sacred platform of Goron manliness. You're honored, I know. Now you're officially and irrevocably one of us, our true Goron brother. Welcome to the family. And good news, Force Brother, that means you can do the gut challenge all you want. You ready to do the hard stuff? Let me know. No, I'm good, thanks. What do you got for me? Well, freebie. I'll take it. My inventory is full. Oh, of course it is. That's my stamina bar. That right there, that's my stamina. Yeah, I might actually hold on to that particular frost sword, in case we want it. It'll be as many shifts as we can squeeze into the day, Dr. Winter. However many that is. It's going to be morphic because I never know how long it's going to take to talk about an episode. Just like in Ruminations, some episodes only take 15 minutes and some take an hour. So, who knows, Dr. Winter, is the answer to the question. Okay. Yes, I have, J. Palmer. As soon as we finish the Zelda block, or as soon as I start moving, whichever happens first. It should still be the same relative order. We're doing Clone Wars Season 7 first, and then Bad Batch, and then whatever else. I forget. I suppose I can actually pull it up here. Someone killed the bot again. Jesus. Stop killing the bot. And yeah, Arcane on Saturdays. Congrats, Zacteft. I hope you enjoyed. Sounds like you did. Let's see. It's going to be Clone Wars Season 7, Andor, excuse me, Season 1. Then Mandalorian, Season 1 and 2. Then Tangled, then Cyberpunk Edge Runners. No, that's wrong. It's going to be Clone Wars, Andor, Mandalorian, Cyberpunk, then Tangled. There we go. That's how that's going to go. No, Tangled is the biggest bundle, so we're doing it last, because, like, the first several are going to be done, you know, in a few days, right? Tangled is going to be, like, a solid month by itself. This is the house of the distinguished Goron artisan, Master Rohan. You need something? Yeah, who's Rohan? He's a godly blacksmith, responsible for keeping the ancient arts alive. He's really strict with everyone, me included. In my case, he told me to beat every Igneo Talus around the city. I can't get to the one at Darunia Lake. Okay. Talus. I don't know why I said Talus. Protein Palace. The hot spot on the rocks for grilling. How's it going? You need something? No, I'm good. Weird town. My reckless brother hasn't come back yet. What in the world are you thinking? Your brother? Yeah, Gongaron. I'm really proud of him, but he said he was going to go dig up the secret of the hero, and then he just took off. I don't know when the world got to go. Where'd he go? Sorry, my brother went off to Goriko Tunnel, southwest of Gorak Lake. The bedrock there is incredibly hard, so his Gorons gave up trying to dig it out ages ago. Instead of chasing dreams, I prefer to see him face reality and help us out with our important Goron work. Oh. Okay. One more person I'd like to talk to in town, but I'm not sure where they are.
Sabak.
Flirting in the middle of the day, are we? Bold. That's not what I... Oh, that's too bad. Damn it, stop thirsting after Link. I'm Ramella. As you can see, I'm from the Gerudo region. I came for the jewels that are to be found in Goron City. These days, those magma bombs are causing trouble and preventing me from working. I'm not too happy about it. Well, have you never seen a real Gerudo? Aren't you hot? Oh, well, I slathered fireproof elixir on my skin, so I'll be fine. If you want to buy fireproof elixirs, a little Goron brat selling them. I suggest you buy one and use it. I'd pay anything to save myself from this wretched heat. Oh, okay. No thanks. I dropped several thousand rupees on a more permanent solution. You know, that's a good question, Tranexia. If a Goron gives up, holy crap. Drat, that blasted Rudania. What's wrong? Rudania running wild recently. Death Mountain's eruptions have gotten real bad. You do see Rodania up there, right? They say 100 years ago it used to protect our people from harm. But that was then, and this is now. All it does is mess up our mining operations. We're all suffering because it's stopping us from doing business. Can't tell you how many times we've had to use the cannon to chase off that fiend. But it always comes back. Oh, my back. Just some back pain. Wait, who are you? I'm a traveler. I see. You came all this way to pay respects to me? I like you already, brother. Well, my name's Bluto. The great Goron boss who's fearsome enough to silence a crying child, or to make a silenced child cry, either way. So then I, Bluto, planning to drive off Rudania like I always do, but then this blasted pain in my back flared up out of nowhere. Bless Yunobo when we return. Who's Yunobo? A young Goron who helps me drive off Rudania. He went off to get some painkillers for my back from the abandoned North Mine, but he hasn't come back yet. Slacker. I bet he's off somewhere wasting time. Hey, if you happen to see Yunobo, will you tell him I'm looking for him? Sure thing. Him. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that does not sound pleasant. Not that I want to question magical gear, but I've always wondered how being in a giant metal container makes us immune to being on fire and prevents heat. Maybe it doesn't prevent heat, it just prevents fire, in which case it can ignore me. No, the temperature's at max. It's fireproof. Yeah, that's... Uh-huh. That's sort of my point. Like, I just look at this suit and I think, oh god, he's got to be roasting in there. But no, he's fine. There's actually a little fan inside. It's insulated. No, I think Dakota is actually correct. I think this is a Bomberman reference because bombs and Gorons have been a thing since Ocarina. Yeah, the helm, yeah. Especially from the back. Oh. I'm spent. I think that somewhere behind all this rubble is the secret of the hero. I know I'll become really great and important if I could find it. The problem is I don't have the strength. My belly's empty and rumbling like mad. What to do? Brother, so this is where you've been. Try to think like my brother and do what he would do so I could find him. I need you to do me a favor. As a brother, I just can't sit idly by. I have to help him. Exit here, go down the hill to the cliff. You can find rock roasts. You should grab one of them for me. Like more than anything to go there and get it myself, it's just, well, I have a chronic condition. It's called Goron shoulder. Very serious. I'd rather not talk about it. Needless to say, I expect a lot from you. Please don't let me down. Sure thing. Let's switch our armor around. No reason. No reason. There we go. Now we look the part. Perfect. That is perfect. Who knows, J. Palmer. Don't mind me. So there's some, why is there a bone in the middle of a rock? The mask turns all the mobs into yellow mobs, so they don't attack you on sight. With a couple of exceptions. Could be petrified meat. I don't know. There's actually a few items in the game that specifically prevent enemies from aggroing you. Come back, come back, come back, come back. No, no, no. God damn it. And it's gone. But the Majora's Mask just combines all their effects. I don't believe Lionels are affected by it, but don't quote me on that. Okay, you shouldn't have aggroed me just because of that stupid jelly. I'm just saying. I chose poorly. Yep. Yeah, I think them getting hit by the ball counts as them taking damage, and because there is no such thing as faction flagging in this game, they're either in combat or not. That would be my guess. In other words, the moment they're in combat, they're aggro to the only thing that exists in the code logic. Us. Finally, I've been waiting on you. Go on, drop the roast in the pot, quickly. Okay, here you go. Oh, it's amazing. It's the finest rock roast I've ever laid eyes on. I'm gonna cook it up right now. How do you cook rock? Now it's magma rock roast.
Oh.
My hunger hallucinating, or do I smell deliciously grilled rock roast? Brother, it's ready. You're gonna eat it and love it, and everything will be as it should again. Look at this. It looks so tasty. I need to eat it right away. Yummy. Delicious. Incredible. You know, I know you're made of rocks and all, but you still have teeth. The texture, the crunch. Oh, that gritty feeling as it glides down my throat. I can't forget that savory flavor of condensed mineral seared in high heat to perfection. It's a taste explosion! It's restoring my strength, and I'm like a phoenix reborn, ready to fly. In fact, I am Death Mountain. Your cooking's the best of the best, brother. Ignore that terrifying creature right next to you. Let's do this. Look at us. We look so horrifying doing the hands on the hips thing, too. And the pick breaks. There it is. The hero's secret has revealed itself to me. Weird. I feel like I've seen something like this before in Goron City. Says the secret hero, huh? It's oddly familiar. Anyway, what an amazing discovery. That's my brother for you. Good job, guys. Greedy Hill, excuse me. Okay. This is interesting. Yeah, I kind of like this one. Nope. Yeah, physics damage apparently bypasses damage. That hurt like hell. Although I guess we don't have much armor on, so never mind, ignore me. It'll be interesting to know, though, if physics damage bypasses the damage calculations. Well, sure, why not? I mean, why not, right? This isn't even that much money. That's the really sad part. We're gonna have all these gems, and they'll all transfer forward into tiers, and we'll have tons of gear for tiers. It'll be great. I can't wait to have all this gear and equipment and resources and money. Ah, it's gonna be awesome. Does the teleporting saddle carry forward Frieza? Because I don't really care much about either of my horses, to be quite honest. Doesn't exist in tiers. Okay. Is that all of those? That is all of those. Perfect. Hmm. Oh God, freeze it. Well, it's okay. It's not like getting, you know, dragon scales is harder to do in Tears. There's a dupe glitch? There was. Got it. Oh. I'm actually very distantly familiar with that. And the only reason I'm familiar with that is because of speedrunning. Right, this is the dead end one. Forgot about that. Now you got me thinking. I wouldn't mind duping in a game like this. Just to speed things up a little bit, you know? It's not that like there's that much you can really dupe anyways. Well, that's a good question. I haven't reviewed any of those games, though, Trek-X yet. But I've played all of them. I would say, poisonally, that Illusion of Gaia, while it is a very rough game, especially if you don't know what you're doing, is probably the overall best quality of them. Soul Blazer's okay. That's how I'll call that. You know, it's solid, but it's fairly simple. Terranigma's a weird one, because Terranigma is a very inventive, you know, envelope-pushing kind of a game, which, as usual, means it stumbles a lot. I've actually gotten a lot of flack for the fact that Terranigma didn't score as the best RPG ever. Hell, I got a comment about that just a couple of weeks ago. Having said that, though, Terranigma was still, you know, fun and interesting, and, again, worthy of a playthrough, if for nothing else than some of the cool stuff they did. Yeah, exactly, a noble name. Like, there's some moments where it's just like, huh? But, you know, then there's the rest. I'd still recommend it if you can get a hold of a copy of it. Although, a little bit of a nausea warning, the inside... So there's the overworld and then there's the underworld. The underworld can be very dizzy-inducing, for anybody who has visual issues. So that's my big boilerplate there. Now, what have I got to kill this guy? I guess this'll do. I got tons of stuff. Actually, we might use this on that. A proper remake of Terranigma would be legit. Like I said, there's so many cool ideas in that game. That just need a little bit of polish. That's true with so many games, too. There we go. Or don't? That was weird. Why does my character keep not grabbing when I say grab? It's happening with the Hinox, too. What are you doing, camera? What in God's name? And that's why you don't roll, Link. I am shocked it kept me in the middle of that boss battle, though. Yeah, that actually worked out weirdly well. Oh, Blood Moon. The guy I just killed is about to respawn. Yeah, you saw that, right? I'm like, all right, camera, and it's like, what? What? And I'm just trying to go straight. There is no bypassing a blood moon, Captain. C'est impossible. Sorry, that was a question. How do you bypass a blood moon? Ah. Especially since you probably shouldn't. The game will start to get weird after a certain point. Yeah, I beat an Igneo Talus. What? You beat it at Drunia Lake? I have an idea. How about you sell me that achievement for cool 100 rupees? Sure. Done. Here you go, brother. Thanks so much. Can't wait to tell Master about Igneo Talus. So, I actually am aware of that method. If I'm not mistaken, that'll trigger an emergency blood moon if the game starts to get wonky. Because, so there's normal blood moons, which is just memory wipes. But if the game starts to get into an unstable state, if there's just too much stuff loaded in active memory, it will actually trigger an emergency blood moon, which works differently. It's noticeable because you can't skip the cutscene, if you ever had that happen. And that's one where the game's just like, alright, hold up. Pause. Pause. True, Gavator, but at that point, you are the Blood Moon. Behold. Oh, sorry. Him. That would be an interesting and awful challenge run. Depopulate the game. You have to use tricks constantly to prevent a blood moon from happening. And then you have to kill everything. And this is a big map. You gonna reveal that on the map there? No? Okay. Yeah, that pretty much does sound like the genocide route, and probably just as boring. Well, believe it or not, J. Palmer, it takes a while to kill things. It's a little grindy. Well, here's where they're getting all that metal, or that magma, excuse me, from. Get it? Oh. Probably Zach Taft. Assuming they went into the service. You know what, actually, while we're down here. No, that's right, that's right. Perfect. Warning, may cause... Warning, may cause game crashes. I mean, it makes sense. The Blood Moon is there for a programming reason. I can't believe that worked. What in the world? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Out of the way. Hey, I brought your balls. It's okay. They've been missing them for a while because, you know, mummification. 11 to go. Here's a question. Do you think Worf would ever become an Admiral's active? He is command track. I mean, so that's the interesting thing. If you're... This is kind of true in real life as well. If you're command track, and you just kind of keep following the track, then eventually you will move your way up the ranks. You will become an admiral, or a general, or a colonel, or whatever. And eventually reach the point where you've hit retirement age, and then you're out. That's normal. It's pretty rare you'll have someone who will insist on not accepting a promotion. Although how much of that applies to Starfleet? Question mark. Lord knows Kirk were better though. Yeah. Look, Picard, he didn't become command track. He learned to play it safe. That episode is very close to a perfect episode. Very close. Probably the closest of all of them. With the possible exception of Best of Both Worlds Part 1. Specifically Part 1. Alright, what do we got here? Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff we can burn, but no real perceived reason to bother. Okay. Cool. Is that it? Are we done? I mean, I guess I could get the optional chest, but I really don't need it at this point in my life. It's probably just something I don't have inventory space for. Okay, durability up two-hander. I'll give you that. Yeah, that's a pretty good hammer. Look at that nonsense. Okay, I'll accept that. Yeah, conveniently, I just threw my weapon away. 10 left. We're really coming down to the wire here. So there's those two, which we can't do until we do that. There's those that we can't do until we do the Zora River. There's those two, which I am saving until we need weapons. That's still 6. And then there's this one, which is the only, like, exception. It's the Hyrule Castle one. So we're still missing 3. Interesting. If you skip season 1 and 2, you won't miss much. I have done all 3 of them, Ross. Having said that, there's still some stuff you can make fun of in season 1, and there are some legitimately good episodes in season 2. I don't remember where the Goron is. Let's see where the Goron is. It's apparently Southern Mine. Any good episodes in any season 1 of Trek? I feel like there are a few in Voyager, and there's Duet in DS9. And I'm pretty sure Shuttlepod 1 was season 1 as well, which is Enterprise. No, I don't think so, Ross, but don't quote me on that. I thought that was season 2. But either way, if you skip season 1 of TNG, you're honestly not going to miss much. Not really. The only thing you really probably should watch is Encounter at Farpoint, and then you could move on to season 2. I would recommend skipping up The Long Ladder, Shades of Grey, The Outrageous Icona, and The Child from season 2, off the top of my head. Well, Beyond Warp 10 was in season 1 of TNG. Yes, that was the episode where no one has gone before. I guess I gotta waste some kind of weapons doing this. I guess we'll waste the Guardian Sword. No, that was season 2. The second worst season of all of Trek. No, I doubt it's occurred to anybody. Tracks, yeah. You know, that's fair. Caraway noise. We're gonna be here a minute. We need like 80 lumber, so we're gonna be here a minute. Good news is we're already about halfway there. I kind of knew this was coming, and I've been kind of passively farming as we go. Whoa there. Whoa there. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come back. Come back. No, wait. Wow, that giant log was one wood. Jesus. Favorite Season 3 episode of TOS? Oh, God. I have to think of a good episode of Season 3 of TOS. I know there are a couple. I believe the Enterprise incident is Season 3. That's all I got. There's your list. Well, hopefully I can come up with a good story for that, because that's what's going to happen in our Voyager trailers here. The Thaw was so good that the Trek lore runnee specifically requested to skip the rest of Enterprise and skip to Voyager, because the Thaw interested them enough to do so. Seriously. Now, in fairness, part of that was probably because, you know, the season finale of Season 3. That was before we started actually hitting Season 4. And we hit Stormfront, which is a weirdly better episode than I remember. And not just because they were handed a bad hand, and, you know, we're making do with it. It's actually pretty solid. It is a little bit awkward how it just kind of is like, all right, Cold War's over. What?
Rivali's
Yeah,
gale
Cold War's
is now
over.
ready.
Oh, okay. Why? Well, because the time ways are being fixed retroactively. What? Yeah, how? Well, because you smeared him across time. What? I don't remember distinctly, Ross. Certainly the concept of the Omega is interesting, and I do like, for once, how Seven actually has something to do with that episode, rather than just butting her way into it. Sorry, that sounds negative. I like Seven a lot as a character, but they really did try to shoehorn her a little bit too hard. Either way, that's a good Seven episode. Don't mind me, just deforesting the universe here. Like you do. The best Doctor episode? Ooh. Oh, that's tough, because a lot of his good episodes are completely in a vacuum. And that actually hurts the episodes. And Robert Picardo manages to turn even, like, otherwise lackluster episodes better than they should be. I just realized, I feel like I'm playing Valheim here. Oh god, it's thundering. Of course it's thundering. Oh, at least 57, J. Palmer. Especially if the Voss, or the... Oh god, I can't think of the name all of a sudden. It's the Voss, I'm right. Especially if the Voss were probably working with that stuff, too. Actually, I was thinking that one too, Trihexia. I forget the name of it, but it's the Voth. It's the Voth. I can't think of the name of the damn episode. It's the one where there's a medical dilemma, and the argument of the episode is about tainted data. It's actually a really good dilemma episode, because there is no real threat. The problem is effectively solved instantly. The rest of the episode is focused entirely on the dilemma. You know, do we use tainted data? Latent Image is a little bit ruined for me because the ending was rewritten and completely destroys the tone of the outro. But other than that, I like Latent Image quite a bit. Yeah, you know how he walks over because Janeway has fallen asleep keeping watch over him? And then he's like really rude to her. And she's like, oh, sorry. And the episode just kind of weirdly peters out. Thank you, Trihexia. I forget the exact thing, but in the original version, he walks over. She has fallen asleep, having watched over him. She's been reading a book. Curious, he pulls out the book and tries to figure out what she's been reading. And it's something immediately relevant to him. And I don't remember what off the top of my head, if I'm being honest with you. And it's a sweet, like, moment of revelation. It's kind of like the moment of, ah, okay. Starting to process what the hell happened to him. And yeah, it's just, it totally changes the tone of that ending. Something Trek likes to do a lot. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just using a savage Lionel weapon to chop trees. God damn, this game. Yes, I know I could use bombs. Yes, Giga, we are. I've been doing it passively, so we don't have to do the full grind on camera, but we need a bunch more. Just rob these people blind. There we go. Living Witness was my other thought. Even though Living Witness kind of exists in a bubble, it's a really solid episode, and for once, the bubble makes sense, considering how far in the future it's set. And that was an episode that tackled a lot of heavy issues, and did a really good job with all of them. Not to get too much into it, but if Discovery had been smart, when they went into the future, they should have brought Robert Picardo into the show. I'm dead serious. It would have been a great way to introduce a beloved character to the show in a way that makes perfect sense, and a way to kind of fulfill on that, you know? Follow through on those events. Failing that, there's always Lower Decks, also known as the episode that references everything in the universe, or the show that references everything in the universe. Hang on, so we need 50, then we need 30. I think that might be it. Nope, we still need another 20, so we do need 100, I was right. The one where he was fantasizing about it, Ross, or the one where he actually got that? Yes, I require more lumber. I'm playing Warcraft 2. And God, that game. That was a season 7. Oh, I just knocked over the stables. That was a season 7 episode. I forget the name of it, though. I told people that would happen, Giga. Nobody believed me. Okay, you can tell that this isn't Valheim because the trees falling over aren't killing me all the time. Some of my only deaths in Valheim are to trees. So when you knock over... So physics damage exists in Valheim. So you knock over a tree... It gets a little physicsy. Yeah, my friend has just been conquering forts in the Ashlands over the last week or so. That's a thing. Also, this is not a joke. There's a new force field, which can help defend your bases in Ashlands. That's cool. It's powered by the souls of the damned. And there's been a bit of a trend in Valheim, where, like, we just kind of keep being more and more evil, and I'm starting to wonder, where are they going with that? Are they going anywhere with that? Are they going to make a story about that? Because... holy crap. A friend of mine thinks that they're going to build up to Odin actually being the last boss. We'll see. We'll see. They've got at least one more biome to work on that we know of. Yeah, we maxed out stamina a minute ago. We are all powerful. Or at least as close as we're getting. And then we'll do the Master Sword Shrine thing, and it'll beat the crap out of us. Oh, hey, the Master Sword's battery came back. "10 minutes. Got it. Using the Master Sword in Master Mode. Done. Aww. I'm Pellison, name ends on son. Yep. Are you strong? You bet I'm strong. My big bro Grayson, he's even stronger. Really?
Oh.
Need some? What's your name? Name's Grayson. What's it to you? Your name ends in son. What about it? It's time to work now. If you want to talk, come back at night. You know what? Fine. Sure. Whatever. Just whatever. I don't even care. Don't even care. I need arrows anyways. Yeah, I actually haven't played too much Valheim yet. I did enough to decide that I liked the game, and then put it down until it's finished coming out, which is what I do with a lot of early access games. I did that with Satisfactory as well, which I guess is pretty close. And Dyson Sphere Program. That's another one. And yes, I just realized I just named 3 building games, and no, I don't care. It's not my fault building games are awesome. Or can be awesome. Supposedly the biggest patch they're putting in, or have already put in, is doing a major polishing pass on optimization for the rendering engine. So that should be awesome. Because Satisfactory gets a little if you put all your factories in one spot. When I was playing the game, which is a while ago at this point, it was recommended that you spread out your production lines and then carry stuff from one area to the other, just so the game doesn't, hang. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing a couple more builder games. It's been a minute since we've played a builder. Probably Dream Whisperer. Probably. Unfortunately, for the purposes of review, I don't think I can do that. I don't know. I'll debate it. I think so, Jay Palmer. I think you're right. And that was a minute ago. That was a great game, though. Love that game. Raft is another one of those games that has no right to be anywhere near as good as it is. It's such a basic game in terms of so many things, and its mechanisms and systems are honestly pretty bad. But the content is awesome, and the way it interlocks a lot of its build and a lot of its survival mechanics is fantastic. Having said that, every major playthrough I've done of Raft, we have held on to 2 add-ons, which inevitably we turn on. One of them allows you to change your rate of survival meter decay, and we usually just top that in half. And the other one allows you to build from boxes. Both of which probably should have been in the vanilla game, if we're being honest. Because at a certain point, the resource thing just becomes a solved equation, and you're just spinning your wheels. Wasting time. There he is. Oh. Come on, I'm on break. What is it? And you are? Racing. I dig and I dig, day in and day out. To be honest, I'm sick of it. I feel like maybe I'm not meant to toil away in obscurity like this. Is there a job out for me that use my strength to make a difference? But there is. Where? Please tell me more. Terrytown. Never heard of it. What's the deal with that place? Kala. Terrytown. So there is somewhere out there that needs me. Kala isn't too far from here. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna strike while the iron is hot. Thanks for letting me know, brother. Ellison and I are gonna head there right away. While I'm at it. Ellison, we're gonna leave. But you can take your stuff with you? What stuff? I'm a digger. Like maybe your pickaxe? No, it's owned by the company. Yeah, until about 5 seconds ago, I'd never heard of anybody not liking Raft either. What don't you like about it, J. Palmer? If you say the jank, then yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, like I said, don't blame me. Don't blame me. How does the plateau in the middle of a lake even come to be? And what's with that land bridge?
Oh.
Hey. You sent some Gorons back here. That's perfect. The brute strength of a Goron is undeniable. Those boulders don't stand a chance, and with names like Grayson and Pellison, they fit right in. Also, Pellison started selling ore. You should say hello again. 4 more people can make. We need more homes. 20 bundles of wood. Here you go.
Oh.
Here you go. Working such long hours every day really wears out my clothes. Could you look for someone who's got a gift for tailoring? Talking about tailoring, there could be someone amongst the Gerudo who's good at that. Good luck, this seems like a long shot. Oh, and one last wrinkle. Yep. That person's name has to end in son. Such a dumb limitation. But yes, if I'm remembering correctly, this will end up giving us a lot of vendor stuff. Which, you know, sucks because there's not a lot of rupees, but at the same time, it's a good way in late game to turn rupees into specific things you need, so that's cool. And I just like building the town, honestly. I'm weird. I like building things. What can I say? How many builder games have we covered at this point? I believe you are correct. A noble name. Let's see, we've got Dragon Quest Builders 2 and Oxygen not included. And that's it. We've only got the 2. Wow. God damn it. If we have to be during the day for this, I'm gonna be pissed. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet they want us to be during the day? See you around, J. Palmer. Yeah, part of the reason the soundtrack frustrates me so much is because there's so much good music in this game. I have given this game a music positive.
Sava Sava. Oh. Sava Sava.
Some cooking class stuff. Which unfortunately we just have no benefit for doing, but cool.
Basak. Oh.
A spa plan. It's popular. So popular, we have a long line of people waiting to get in. I don't know what it is, but I feel something special from you. You can cut to the front of the line. What's the spa plan? Ever heard of the spa plan? I'm sure it was known the world over. The spa plan we offer will fill you with energy and a truly unique feeling of resilience to great dangers. As an extra bonus, it'll feel like years of worry have been washed away, leaving your skin bright and smooth.
Ah.
Sure, give me the spa.
Ah. Hi.
You're pretty muscular for a Hylian. I like your Voish figure. I mean, I don't know, Link is a twig.
Savota.
Look, the very image of relaxation. Please be careful. The desert is dangerous.
Hi.
That is awful. I'm sorry, Anarcho-Marxist. That sucks. I am sorry that you had to deal with that.
Oh.
I'm starting to think my directions here are just straight up wrong. I mean, I know. Me and bad walkthroughs. Stop the presses. Oh, god damn it. This isn't the bazaar, is it? This is the bazaar. God damn it. See, that's even more frustrating, because that's just straight up my fault.
Hi.
I like being blinded, right?
Hey. Hey.
I was actually going to ask... God, you're right, Dakota. I was going to ask if you were getting someone to check for mold, because, yeah, water seeping in through the ceiling, that's not great. And, of course, you know, how good your apartment landlords are and your rental protections are is variable.
Ah. Ah.
There she is.
Sabotta.
What a cute Vi. You seeking for the love of your life? Yes. Good luck to both of us. Yeah, sorry. Actually, right. I'm not a girl. Sorry, spoilers. Where's my actual outfit? There it is. You're a Vo, aren't you? I am. No, I bet Mama would have a problem with a delicate Vo like you. Lady? I'm Ronson. I hail from Gerudo Town. Search for the love of my life. I'm so exhausted by it. I don't know why I'm even saying this. It's no business of a Hylian like you, but I'm constantly being bothered by my mother of having not found the love of my life. Why the rush?
Huh?
You don't know, really? It's incredibly rare for a male to be born to the Gerudo. For our own survival as people, we travel to find husbands. I've proved myself to be a gifted tailor, but none of the Vo I've met seem to appreciate a well-hemmed garment. I was hoping my craft would help me find a mate, but it doesn't seem there's much work for a tailor around here. I've got an option. So abrupt, too. Let me hear the details. Hudson and Terrytown needs a tailor. That's far away, but maybe I need to travel. Getting far from the village full of Vi. It's not like I'm accomplishing anything by staying here. I'll continue my search in Terrytown. Thanks for all the information. I'm gonna go pack up a huge bag. It'll be a long journey all the way there. See you there. Yes, I am familiar with Pokemon Infinite Fusion. One of the things... So there's actually a web program that allows you to see all of the different fusions you can have. It's basically a Bulbapedia, like a Pokedex, except it's just all of the fusions. So my niece, my eldest, was sitting with me, and she was like, what happens if you could mix this with this? And so I'd search for that, and then show her the results. And then sometimes she's like, all right, what are all the mixes for this Pokemon? And we just pull up all the things you can mix with that Pokemon. Stuff like that. It's prime content, Ross. This isn't even secondary quests. And we tend to do secondary quests too. You notice we've been doing secondary quests. Like the one we're doing right now. Ah. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to do that in Tears, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Well, thank you very, very much, Living DC. Whoop, 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 whoop. Enjoy the weird music, and thank you very much for the donation. I do hope life is going as well for you as it can be, given all circumstances. You may not know this, but you can put that towards increasing interest in a future stream if you would like to. If you don't want to, that's completely optional. You can put it towards this dog right here. Hi, Spartan. Why, You know what? Speaking as someone who has sleeping issues, I completely feel you. She was able to patch every last hole in my work clothes before I could blink. She's pretty amazing. And since her name is Ronson, I have no objections. I hear she's decided to continue putting her skills to use by opening a clothing shop. You should stop by and say hello. So yeah, you need more wood, which I have. I'd like to get a general store up and running, but there's no one with the connections and qualifications to run it. You think you keep an eye out for someone who knows about a distribution? A traveling trader? Yeah. We should get a Rito. No problem. You know, one of the things, very off topic, that I find most fascinating about all of the coverage I've done of Star Trek over the years is I've learned the names and identities of so many people that I'd never heard of before who are so important in making Star Trek happen. Good in Arkham Axis. Like Gene Kuhn and his influence on the original series, or David Livingston and his influence on TNG. And I remember his name, the lighting director from TNG Season 3. Yeah, Manny Koto, who pretty much turned Enterprise around in such a great way. It's, I don't know, I geek out a little bit about it. I love hearing about those names, and I love hearing about how much of an influence they had on a show that I've loved for a very long time. Okay, so that's the repeat relic thing, which we don't want because that bow is junk. Last thing we need is junk bows. We need down, apparently. I should probably just Google this before I roam blindly for another minute. I mean, I do try to do my research, Spartan. Even I still learn stuff periodically about Trek, and I have researched Trek for years at this point. Yeah, and some opinions go down a little bit over the years. Not gonna name too many names, but... Okay. Is that up or down? I think it's down. I think that's him right there.
Oh.
Nope, I'm wrong. Maybe it's this guy?
Oh.
Here we are. I'm glad Meadow has settled down, but I have bigger problems. My mom said she wants me to take over the family store someday. Can you believe that? I don't want to just help. I want to own my own store and sell whatever I want. I want to compete with Mom. I wish there was a place I could open a shop. I got your back. So they're in need of a general store. It's perfect. The Akala region, that's pretty far out there. But I guess I gotta leave this nest someday, and I have to have my own store. Okay. I made up my mind. I'm going. I'll gather some items on my way and sell them at my new shop. Thanks for the tip. Hey, don't be a stranger. Come visit me. You gonna walk or fly? You're gonna walk. Might I recommend flying? It's a little faster. I'm even gonna say goodbye to Mom. Nope. We're out. We are out. I mean, I'm okay with it being one town, but I would love for them to go much more in-depth into building around town. Now, granted, I like builder games. We already talked about this. And having a Zelda builder sounds really awesome to me. I would enjoy the hell out of that. We still... I've been loading this pretty regularly. We still only have 63 arrows. Well, there's a document in Archonexus, but I won't make you look. I won't make you look at it. I believe that is for the shrine design, music, enemy design, enemy variety, core combat, Eventide Isle, which scored quite well by itself, horse riding, and dynamic systems. I believe that's everything. What are we doing on fairies right now? Let's see if we can grab a few, shall we? Because we're a little low. I mean, not super low, but you never know. Although, granted, we need less than we ever. Hang on, I think I hear a voice. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to hear right now. Let me pop out a headphone so I can hear. And then let's do this. I thought I heard a voice. There is no voice. Okay. What was I doing? Right. We need to carry some fairies. No. See, game, I have no fairies. There are no fairies. See, you can see.
Playing.
Well, you recognize this game. Yeah, I have no fairies.
I know. Which one?
There's no, well, the first one.
Mm-hmm.
The one you... Well, I guess you played both. Never mind. Gonna grab this, gonna grab this. I don't think I'll need defense food at this point, but you never know. That should put us up to 5. I want to say that's empty. Close to empty.
You know I drink every last drop of water from it.
Okay, okay, I'm just warning you. I'm kind of low on water. So that's endemic. Oh, neck. So the next one is the Zora. So we're going to hold off on that for just a minute, because we haven't actually been to the Zora's domain yet. Yeah. Oh, could you do that really quick, please? You know the way that you do the Koroks? That's it.
You found me. Whichever one.
Whichever one it is. Thank you. Yeah, Zora and then the original people, looks like.
Oh,
Hey, you managed to find Rito and bring him here. Thank you. He wasted no time in getting a general store up and running, too. Apparently his family runs one. With a name like Fison, he'll fit right in. He's selling things he's picked up while flying around. You should go check out the store. So before we can call more people here, we need more homes. Can you bring me 50 bundles of wood? Why does it keep getting more expensive? It's the same size of homes. Why is this a thing? I'm so confused.
oh.
Here's 50 bundles of wood. I actually wanted to talk to you about something a little personal. Oh, not that kind of personal. Actually, I got engaged. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, he got engaged to Rodson. What a surprise. You say that, but for some reason I think you mean the opposite. Anyway, we want to have a little ceremony to celebrate, but we needed someone priest-like to officiate. Did you look for someone priest-like? If you're looking for people devout enough to have a priest-like person, I'd suggest the Zora. Good luck. This seems like a long shot. Oh, one last wrinkle. Yeah, that person's name must end in son. Why? Why do I need to find a priest like Zora whose name ends in son? I hate this guy so much. Give me hearts. Give me hearts. You know, it's really funny, Ross. Assuming you're there to hear this. I know, Spartan. Yeah, we need a Butson to do the plumbing. Losing my train of thought. You were talking about how you're surprised I was doing all the shrines. Originally, I was planning to do a fairly large chunk of Koroks, too. The original idea was to do the 411. I quickly backed away from that as I realized how hard it would be to track all of that. So I thought, I'll just do the 108. I haven't managed to do the 108 either. Oh, he sells arrows. Nice. And ancient gear. I will take the bomb arrows because those are very useful in basically every situation. And now we're broke. The shrines have mostly been enjoyable, for what it's worth. The shrines have been a near universal positive. There are a couple of negatives I've given, but I think it's literally like 2 negatives, as opposed to a much, much higher quantity of positives. Also, fun fact, I didn't do all the shrines last time, so that's been interesting. Okay, so that's a combat shrine, that's a combat shrine. That's MSQ, that's MSQ, that's Hyrule Castle. Those two are locked behind MSQ. I think... See, that's the only way I would do Korok Seeds Frieza. I've been using an interactive map to kind of help me find some of the shrines, just to kind of streamline some of that. Which has absolutely been making that experience more enjoyable for me, I'm not going to lie to you. But yeah, I can see how that would be a thing if you're trying to do, you know, everything. Because, holy crap. I mean, you can see, we've been pretty specific about our movement here. Like, I was talking about this just last night. This indicates, like right here, this is a visual indicator of my mindset when it comes to playing this game. There's huge swaths of terrain I have completely ignored because I've always been beelining a destination. I don't have much to add to that. It's just mindset, you know? Anyways, I'm debating, because now we've got memories, which is technically next. And then we've got the trial. And the trial... God, I remember the trial so badly. So we've got memories, trial, and dungeons. I think we'll go ahead and attempt the trial. After I come back from the lunch break. I'll see you guys in a bit.